Good evening. The time now is 5:10 on January 10, 2024. I would like to convene the City Council Successor Agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting for closed session. Meeting called to order. Please, roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho, Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with Vice Mayor Ho absent.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I would like to open for oral communication, if there's any.
Mayor, we have no oral communications
Okay.
for closed session.
So why don't you go ahead and state what we have for the closed session before I recess.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purpose: conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and 54957.6. Designated representative is our Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, Jody Greiner, and unrepresented employee is Police Chief.
All right, thank you very much. Would like to recess for closed session.
Thank you.
Council. Good evening. The time now is 6:03 on January 10, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Meeting called to order. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. And salute to the flag today is going to be Councilmember Nguyen, and invocation will be Vice Mayor Ho. Please stand.
Please put your hands over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and direction as matters of importance are discussed this evening. May the decisions made here be of benefit to all citizens of Westminster, our community. Amen.
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 Thank you very much. Thanks to Councilmember Nguyen and Vice Mayor Ho for the salute to flag and then invocation. So, City Attorney, closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had one item on the closed session. The council had a discussion and provided some direction, and there's nothing further to report.
Thank you. Is there any expert communication from the council?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, there was one item. There was a request by Councilwoman West. She wanted to ask if we could move, is it 5.3
5.3.
forward?
To the consent calendar,
Right after the consent calendar, I think?
before the consent calendar.
Is it part of your request, or is going to be from the council?
Because
It-
the
it's
thing
her-
is that we have, for the consideration of people who are here tonight for that, I just want to make sure we can send them home early so we can do city business, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was just mentioning because we were trying to figure out the best spot to raise it.
Okay, should we go ahead and take it now, or why don't we follow with the order, and then we can do it at the time? We
Consent,
do the,
after oral communication.
okay. We can do it after the oral communication,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
okay? So, export communication, do I hear anything from, or see anything from City Council? No, I don't. Okay, so moving on to City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I just want to point out that we did have a late communication for today. It is a correction to agenda item number 3.5 and 5.2. Both of them are typographical errors. They have been placed in front of you as well as in the lobby for the public. Just take those into consideration when those items are being presented. That is all for my report. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next is City Manager report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council and everyone in the audience today. Happy New Year. So first, yesterday was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Yay. So this day was established in 2015 by the nonprofit organization Concerns of Police Survivors and supported by multiple police agencies across our nation. It gives communities the opportunity to express their gratitude towards law enforcement officers of every rank and file. These law enforcement professionals have chosen a profession that puts their life on the line every day in their communities, which can be demanding and often underappreciated. So for National Law Enforcement Day, we just want to thank them for their service and offer a token of respect. So on behalf of the organization, we just want to thank the Westminster PD for everything that they do. So happy National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Okay. So we are 30 days from the Tet Parade. It's quickly approaching, so please remember to mark your calendars for Saturday, February 10th. Opening ceremony will begin at 8:30 a.m. Parade will start promptly at 9:30 a.m. We'll also have some pre-ceremony festivities at 8 a.m. Sponsorship and participant opportunities are still available. We will have premium seating available for purchase in the grandstands or the bleachers that are located directly across the stage, so you'll get the best view. Tickets this year will be $25 each and can be purchased online beginning tomorrow through Eventbrite. So for more information, visit our website, and we hope to see you all there. Senior Center, of course, they're starting the new year with a bang. They have a New Year's dance this Friday, January 12th, from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Dance into the new year. Bring your friends and dance the afternoon away to the music of DJ Professor D. Light refreshments will be served. Ticket price is $5 in advance, and day of ticket price is $7. And for more information, call 714-895-2878. And if you are a senior and not yet a member of the Senior Center, you definitely should come check it out. They know how to have fun. On January 25th at 2 p.m., there will be a garden tea party. Enjoy a nice afternoon with friends at the Senior Center's garden tea party. You're invited to relax, enjoy some tea, decorate your own table. Tickets are on sale for $8, but they are limited. So again, to purchase tickets for those, call 714-895-2878 or stop by the Senior Center front desk and they will assist you. And then last but not least, take the slide down. Okay. So recently, the city's been made aware of a letter that was circulated on social media. And it is a letter that is depicting a city correspondence written in Vietnamese and allegedly sent by me to the city council. And I just wanted to inform everyone that this is a forged, falsified document. It is an inaccurate and unauthorized translation of an email that was sent to the city council regarding some issues related to the previous council meeting. And therefore, this document, I would advise that you disregard it if you see it around, because it is not a city official document. With the information that was provided to my office, it's been forwarded along, and we are doing our best attempts to identify the culprit of this, and will deal with it accordingly. And I just wanted to make it known that, again, this is not an official document. So with that, that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Next is special presentations. I do have two presentations tonight for the police officers. Good news, bad news, it depends on you, how you take it. But good news is, they are retiring from the city, so enjoy with the family, enjoy the time. Bad news is we are going to miss them. So the first recognition is to retiring Deputy Police Chief Darren Upstill. And all right, congratulations. So recognition of Deputy Chief Darren Upstill, with total of 29 years of service, 25 years with the City of Westminster. Deputy Chief Darren Upstill is retiring from the Westminster Police Department. Deputy Chief Upstill honorably served in a variety of assignments throughout his career, including patrol, narcotics, detective, taser instructor, and SWAT. He was the sergeant of our Special Investigation Unit, Professional Standard Unit, the commander of Special Operation and detectives, and has spent the last 5 years as the Deputy Chief of Operations. Deputy Chief Upstill is a recipient of the Medal of Valor, Officer of the Year, and Detective of the Year awards. The Police Department and the City of Westminster honor your professionalism and dedication to the community, and thank you for your service. We will come down and present you with the plaque later. Next is a recognition of the Next is the recognition of Commander Kevin McCormick. He's right there. He's right. Commander Kevin McCormick is retiring with over 23 years of service with the Westminster Police Department. During his service, Commander McCormick served as patrol detective, patrol sergeant, special investigation unit sergeant, and as Special Operation Commander. Commander McCormick also served on the SWAT team, bicycle unit, honor guard, and has been a member of the 9/11 Police Officer Memorial Ride. Commander McCormick honorably served the community of Westminster with professionalism, and we wish him luck in his retirement. So congratulations. Let's put our hands together for them. At this time, I would like to invite the council members to come down to the podium and so that we can present them with the plaque of recognition. All right, Darren, thank you very much. Together with the council members for City of Westminster, in recognition of your dedication and service as an employee of the City of Westminster from October 4th, 1999 to July 14, 2023. So this is the recognition from the City Council to you.
It's an honor and privilege to work with the council and work with the community the past 25 years. I started at a different agency before. I truly appreciate the partnerships. Some were tough, but it kept us on our toes. And I hope I made this community better for my service here. I want to thank Chief Lenier, Don Weber, Scott Gump, Travis Hartman, all the people that showed up, and the people that I work with. I want to thank my wife, too, who showed up as well. And I want to thank the partnerships with Orange County Fire Authority. You guys have been great, and it's been an honor and privilege, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You surely, we want to appreciate for your effort and dedication. After I finish with this, then we can, each one of you can, because this is special. Again, we would like to present you with the certificate of recognition and in recognition of your dedication and service as an employee of the City of Westminster from August 28, 2000 to December 29, 2023. Congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for all the effort that you did.
Now, I'll echo everything that Deputy Chief Upstill said. This has been a great community to work with, and I say with because it's a partnership between the police department and the community and the council to make this community thrive. And it's just been fantastic. I was telling Chief Lenier before I left in December that the one thing that I won't forget is rolling up on a call, and members of the community will come out and they remember you from years prior when they saw you on a call, and they're thanking you for everything that you've done out there. And you can't ask for anything better than that. When the community stands behind you and supports you and remembers you like that, it's the greatest thing ever. So I appreciate everything the city's done for me and the police department, everybody at the Westminster Police Department. For those of you in the community, you've got a great police department protecting you and standing behind you. So thank you again.
And now, not in a particular order, so why don't we go from here, and then we can go over there.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Commander McCormick, I know you have your title, and there's a list of what you're responsible for, but I think that list is not very accurate, because since I've known you, I haven't seen somebody work so hard, and it's like everywhere you look, Commander McCormick is there. And things he's probably just goes above and beyond what his job requires him to do. So, to me, that's how I know you. Since the first time I met you, that's how you were, and until the end, for me personally, I really respect that and admire that, and I'm grateful for having you in our community and taking care of our residents for all that time you've been here for 20-something years. So, I really a lot of respect for you, sir. And Deputy Chief Upstill, the same. Nothing but professionalism comes from you, and I see you, and you can go from make sure you're doing your job and professional to make sure you're courteous and kind to all the residents, and that's what we have special with not just you guys, but our police department, and that's why we cherish you guys in our city, and personally, why I've been fighting so hard to make sure that we don't lose you guys. So. I really appreciate everything that you guys have done for us. Thank you.
Well, I believe that behind every successful man, there's a woman. So I'd love to meet Mrs. Upstill, if I may. Where is she? Oh, could I have you come up here and stand next to, because I know we're going to need a picture. Yes, please. Yeah, while you're here, I know you're in-house, so I'd love to, please stand right here next to me. And thank you so much for supporting him. Deputy Upstill, Deputy Chief Upstill, I know that you delayed your retirement just all because you want this transition smoother at WPD, and I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate, 25 years is a long time, a quarter century. And so I thank you also, Commander McCormick, for making us our city, our WPD, a very, very successful department. And I thank you for everything that you have done, and I am so thankful every time I see items of interest sent over to us. We always pray that you guys are safe, and I know that you earned this retirement, and because you laid your lives on the line for us for all these years, and so I appreciate that very much. Thank you, and thank you.
I'll start with Kevin McCormick. I knew you on my ride with the homeless, basically went on to clean out the homeless situation off of Beach Boulevard and the 22 freeway. And if you guys know Kevin, his laugh is what you will recognize. I bet your wife say the same thing about him. His laugh is so jolly, it's so happy. So it's perfect, it just lightened the room. So I really appreciate knowing you and your hard work that you put toward Westminster PD. And then Darren as well, thank you for all you do. 25 years, like Kimberly said, is a long time serving the city. And thank you for your service. And yesterday was National Appreciation for Law Enforcement, rightly so that the next day we celebrate you guys in your retirement. Because what comes up to my mind when I see law enforcement like you guys and your pal back here is the movie 300. Like, you guys are Spartan, basically. You guys are tough, you guys are courageous, and we, as the City of Westminster, thank you for your service and your bravery for going toward the enemy, in a way, going toward the fight, and you didn't back down. And so thank you for being brave and courageous for us in the City of Westminster. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Deputy Upstill, Chief Upstill, and Kevin for your service. I have an honor to ride along with Kevin when we do the homeless clean sweep, right? Sweep operation, and all I can say is you are very dedicated to the job that you've been doing. So I think we need more officers like you two, and I hope that the younger police officer in our Westminster PD will look up at the two of you and do a good job for the city. Yeah, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Deputy Chief Upstill and Commander McCormick. And I want to take this moment to thank Chief Daniel and also all the men and women with uniform down here. They all work very hard for the City of Westminster. Thank you very much.
Can I get a
Picture again? Picture.
You're not off the hook yet. Okay, so everybody, one, two, and then if you can step up for a second, and then we will bring back Mrs. Upstill. You're back. Mrs. Upstill. You're back in the photo. She's like, okay, all right. They can hang it in their kitchen, right? 1, 2, and 3. And then, before you leave, I can grab the microphone real quick. So, all right. I need a microphone. All right. So, no one's officially retired until you receive the official city tile that shows you're retired. So this is a tradition that is, it happens in most cities. There is a, let me see if I can get out of this plastic back here. So generally, a little city tile like that on a plaque, and this is something that's provided to everyone who retires from the city. So on behalf of the organization, the City of Westminster, to Commander Kevin McCormick, we honor and thank you for your dedication and hard work. 23 years of service with the city. So thank you for everything that you've done. And that's it. Thank you.
Where's the other time?
So, just so everyone's aware, Commander McCormick actually had his retirement party during the break, so we weren't able to provide him with the tile. But we do have a celebration for Deputy Chief Upstill tomorrow, where we will also be giving him his tile. So
Officially, he's not retired yet.
So officially, he's not retired yet.
At this time, why don't we go ahead and consider Ms. Councilmember West proposed to bring the item up, which is item 5.3 before 5.2, right? Is that
Yeah.
just one item?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
It's just one item. I don't, and we have a short agenda today. I don't know whether we need to do it. If you bring it up at 3 or 4, then I can understand. But this is only one item. I don't even think that the item 5.2 is going to be quick. So I don't know. But it's up to you guys. So if you want to, then go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, motion to approve 5.3 right after the oral communication.
Is there any second to that? Okay. We have motion and second.
Yes, I second.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Councilmember Nguyen, and this is to move the agenda out of order to hear 5.3 immediately following oral communications. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
In the spirit of unity, I mean, like the mayor said, this is a very short agenda, and it's only one item, but in the spirit of unity, I mean, when it's no big deal, so yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay. And next item is oral communication. And may I ask Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. We'll go ahead and start with the first speaker, Dow Tran.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, I want to talk face-to-face with Councilwoman West as the one who campaigned for her, the one who stood between her and Nam Quan, holding the Hai Ba Cheong sign. Still, I am very disappointed with her previous proclamation and now with this resolution, because they are not based on historical facts. Ms. West, there are too many things to talk about you, but tonight I want to focus on your incorrect history proposed resolution. Paragraph 2, you state that Vietnam's independence from the French Union, and that is wrong. Because the US document says the state of Vietnam is an independent state within the French Union, which is a historical fact. You intentionally drop off two crucial words, state and within. Do you understand that is cheating to mislead people? Do you know Vietnamese history that the state of Vietnam was only an associated state like Laos and Cambodia, members of the French Union. As an associated state of the French Union, we do not have constitution and no legislature. We had only the chief of state, Bảo Đại, appointed by the French. In addition, paragraph 2 in your proposed is not true because the same US document did not even mention our flag at all. So your proposed resolution based on information contradicts the historical facts. Last, remember on October 26, 1955, President Ngô Đình Diệm proclaimed our independence and established the Vietnam country with her constitution, 3 branches of government like United States. Of Vietnamese and for Vietnamese, the president and Congress elected by Vietnamese people, not French. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Mayor, I want to address quickly. Ms. Dow.
Can we hear all the comments and then you can have your
Well,
time?
we always need to address briefly, and it's okay. So in the past, it's okay. So I briefly want to address her.
Are you going to address each one of them or?
No, I'm just addressing the concern, the question she accused.
Okay, I can go ahead.
Okay, thank you,
and let
Mr. Mayor. So basically, I just want to take this moment to thank the staff, City Manager Christine and City Attorney who have worked hard on this resolution and staff report. They made sure that it's legal and it's correct. And I don't doubt that their effort that they put in on here is correct. They have worked tirelessly, and I want to thank them for that. So with their staff report on this and resolution that they helped craft up, they've done research. So just want to let you guys know that. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yeah. Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Typically, as far as I understand it, when we ask staff to work on an agenda item, it's usually the council's responsibility to get the information to staff, and staff works off of the information provided by the council member. Is that not what is that different from is staff doing research now, or what are on the days, did this get proposed by the information provided by council member?
I want to add it to Councilmember Menzo too. I'm a little bit concerned about what Councilmember West just said. That is that the fact that you are presenting, or is it what you put in by the input that you get? I want your confirmation because it is the fact that you have it there.
We do our best to create a report provided by the information that's provided to us.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's very clear. So next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo.
Good evening, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. Happy New Year. I just want to come up here and correct Ms. Đào Trần. She said October 26, 1965, but it's actually October 26, 1956. So I just want to correct that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen. Monique?
Monique.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Monique Nguyen. I would like to speak about item 5.2 and 5.3. Thank you, Mayor Nguyen, for proposing to hang the proud yellow flag of the Republic of Vietnam during the Tet Parade and the Black April Remembrance Day. I cannot hold my tears when I see the yellow flag flying freely around Little Saigon, the capital of Vietnamese overseas. Regarding agenda item 5.3, I feel that the council catered the Councilwoman West too much when giving her the right to bring the same alike item in 2 consecutive meetings, especially when they are based on a 1950 event. What did the United States recognize in 1950? United States recognized Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia as associate states within the French Union. That means the French has control of Vietnam military and economic at that time. Councilwoman West, you and your poly advisor do not know what you are talking about. You want to remind us of the painful period of Vietnam history when the French colonized Vietnam and created the French Indochina. Your great-grandparent, your grandparent, and maybe your parent were subject to numerous sorts of exploitation during the French occupation, including forced labor, excessive tax, land seizure, cultural repression. Vietnam was not an independent country back in 1950, Councilwoman West. Only when the first president of Vietnam, President Ngo Dinh Diem, came to the picture and Republic of Vietnam was born in 1955. There's a paper proving that. I am trying to give you a quick lesson in Vietnam history and ask that you learn more before trying to remind us of painful time in history when Vietnam was a colonized country and what our ancestors have to endure. Also, Council Member Nam Quan, please do research before supporting anyone's agenda, especially Council Member West, who just like to abuse her position for more grandstanding opportunities. Let's stop arguing about the cherished yellow.
Time's up.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Wei Donato. Wei Donato? Okay. Our next speaker is Han Yin.
Good evening, the Honorable Mayor Charlie Nguyen and council members. As a Vietnamese refugee and a daughter of a South Vietnamese soldier, I'm here in support of adopting this resolution 5.3 to recognize the yellow flag with 3 red stripes of the Republic of Vietnam. Whenever I look at this yellow flag with 3 red stripes, it reminds me of my roots, my ancestors, my Vietnamese pride, and why I'm here. And I urge you to adopt this resolution as soon as possible and make it as a gift to the Vietnamese community and to the visitors that will be visiting Little Saigon soon, next month for that. So thank you for listening.
Our next speaker, Wei Donato. Wei? Wei? No?
Wait.
Wei? Okay. We'll go ahead and continue with this list of speakers. Thank you. Michael Varengia.
Thank you. Here we are again. This is the 3rd time this topic has been in front of this city council. Last meeting, the council members voted not to take any action on this. But yet, here we are again to allow somebody to grandstand, which they take great pleasure in, and I'm thinking their arms are so long they can pat themselves on the back. You need to make a decision. Either you don't take action until it's done at the state and federal level, the way you discussed last time, or you put this thing to rest, because all you're doing is ignoring things that are going on in Westminster. This has nothing to do with actually running the city of Westminster. We have businesses closing down, moving out of the area. They can't either compete with online sales or the theft is killing them. Rite Aid is closing down. Big Lots closed down. The market at Springdale and Westminster is closed down. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't bring back businesses. So you voted not to take any action on it. Stick to your vote. There's no reason to do this. You can fly the flag any time you want in this city. One only needs to drive down Bolsa Avenue or Magnolia or Bouchard or Brookhurst, and the flag is flying all over the place. So it's not like it's never up. So please, make a decision. If you're not going to take any action right now, then don't take any action right now. Other than that, let's get our city back on an even keel. Let's get some more businesses in here, because it's going belly up. Thank you, folks.
Our next speaker is Devora Mariscal.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I don't want to use too much of my 3 minutes addressing everybody, so good evening. I would also like to talk about 5.2 and 5.3, and I agree with what Michael just said. This does nothing for the city. We've spent way too much time on this. I have a lot of Vietnamese friends. I respect the culture, but we are not completely the Vietnamese community in Westminster. We are a diverse community. Doing things like this, in my opinion, causes more division than it does unity. And I agree, let's table this and move on. We need to be working on finances. We need to be working on the homeless. We need to be working on trying to get businesses into the city instead of them leaving, because we need that revenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a representative of Alliance of Asian American Voters.
Hi, hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and our City Council and our city official. My name is Van Duc Vo. I represent for the Alliance of Asian American Voters. I'm here tonight for the last City Council meeting to presentation and discussion of Westminster City Council. There were many misunderstandings and misinterpreting around the city. So some the YouTuber and some local television stations spread a fake news about the city of Westminster. They said, city of Westminster forget about the resolution passed in 2003, and city of Westminster also forget about the resolution passed in 2016 about the yellow flag and banning the red flag in the city. This is fake news and this is not true. I am here just beat the issue. I believe that is still active. And I believe the yellow flag is not only the Vietnamese issue, but this is American conscious issue. Whenever we talk about yellow flag, we talk about veteran, about discharged veteran, about the wound soldier. That's why I believe today, for the common good of the city of Westminster resident, I call on and thank you all city members to vote on for this one. This is a small issue, but big economic impact in the city. I wish to call all of you vote yes, and we just forget about that and go on for the future. Kính thưa thị trưởng Westminster, thì phó thị trưởng cùng tất cả quý nghị viên, tôi tên là Võ Đức Văn, là một thương gia cũng như là một đại diện vấn đề bầu cử tại thành phố. Ở lần họp Hội đồng thành trước, qua các lời trình bày từ các nghị viên ở Westminster đã có nhiều sự hiểu lầm xảy ra trong thành phố chúng ta. Một số YouTuber và các đài truyền hình địa phương đã nói rằng thành phố Westminster đã quên đi cờ vàng và quên đi cái nghị quyết chống lại cờ đỏ trong thành phố. Và chính vì điều đó chúng tôi nghĩ rằng cái điều đó rất là nguy hiểm cho nền kinh tế của thành phố chúng ta. Chính vì vậy ngày hôm nay tôi đến đây để vận động các nghị viên cũng như thị trưởng. Chúng ta đem cái việc này vốt dép và coi như là một việc nhỏ, bỏ qua đi để chúng ta tiến tới những ngày tới tốt hơn cho thành phố. Và đặc biệt trong ngày Tết sắp tới, diễn hành của chúng ta sẽ thành công và chắc chắn rằng sẽ không có cờ đỏ xuất hiện trong buổi diễn hành Tết 2024. Xin cảm ơn.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Congratulations, Commander McCormick and Deputy Chief Upstill, on your retirement. We sure are going to miss you guys. Thank you for your years of dedicated service. These 3 agenda items tonight are not city business and cater only to one ethnicity, a complete waste of city resources. Your job is to conduct the people's business, all of the people's business. Item 3.5, another proclamation that has nothing to do with the city of Westminster or even the United States. Mayor Nguyen, by honoring the 50th anniversary of this battle, you are celebrating another South Vietnamese loss. Seriously, how can you expect our beloved Vietnamese refugee community to ever heal when you're constantly reminding them of what they've lost? The original proclamation title was typed as parcel, not paracel, so you're welcome. Council, this item has nothing to do with our city or this great nation, so vote no. Item 5.1, I've lost count as to how many of Amy's appointees have never showed up to serve, quitting before they start. Perhaps you should appoint people who are actually qualified, who really care about this city, unlike you, Amy, and want to serve instead of your friends. Same goes for Mayor Nguyen and Councilman Nguyen. Item 7.1, several qualified and eager applicants applied for Measure Y Oversight Committee a year ago, yet both have refused to appoint any of them. Fix that tonight. Item 5.2, the original report stated that the flags would be 2 inches by 5 inches fixed via late communications. Whatever happened to the Vietnamese community donating the flags and paying for them to be installed? While I understand the celebration of Tet, Black April should be a more somber period of reflection and prayer. I am okay with the flags being put up on Bolsa, location number 1, but I'm not okay with them being put up on Magnolia and Brookhurst, all the way from McFadden to Westminster Boulevard, especially using taxpayer money. Check the demographics, check your jurisdiction. Brookhurst from Westminster to Hazard is not even Westminster, it's Garden Grove. Council, if you approve this and the expense that goes with it, please only approve the installation along Bolsa. Item 5.3, I love the disclaimer. Staff reports prepared by staff on behalf of members of the City Council do not reflect the opinions of staff and are generated in collaboration with the requesting council members. The utter chaos and division caused by Amy's prior BS flag proclamation was abhorrent. Our city manager tried to help by documenting the flags in an email to all of you, but then someone, and we will find out who, forged an official city document in Vietnamese, which was not a literal translation of that email. Christine and others were slandered all over Vietnamese media over this crap. Are you happy, Amy? This resolution is better, but not necessary. At least the date's right now, February 7th, not the 4th. And no more, this is the official flag of Vietnam, which was total crap. Why use the Republic of Vietnam without the word former, though? The second whereas contains an error. Yes, the U.S. recognized the state of Vietnam in 1950. Yes, Vietnam, along with Laos and Cambodia, were no longer French Indochina, but they were still a part of the French Union until after the 1954 Geneva Conference and recognized almost a full year later. Facts matter. And thank you for finally changing this dais. Hopefully that will help things go a lot more productive. Thank you very much. This is for you.
Mr. Mayor, may I address quickly and briefly? So Terry Ring, I just want to let you know that all the people I appointed are from different field, different business. They are CEOs of their own company. Now, when they come in and look at the people who are appointed, they're disheartened because the chaos, the yelling, and how could you miss that? Were you in the meeting that you heard the mayor yelling at the board member, right? That is unacceptable. So therefore, the board member I am appointing tonight, she is a business owner as well. She is well known in the community and she get around Orange County. So I just want to let you know, we should televise it. Maybe you should get on top of that, but you missed that.
Please,
and then you also did you miss that Mr. Mayor appoint his brother-in-law?
Please stop. Please stop. All right, thank you. Okay, go ahead for a call for the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chin Din.
Tôi tên là Chính Đinh. Thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi muốn có ý kiến với nghị trình 5.3. Tôi biết được buổi họp này sẽ bàn về chuyện cờ vàng nữa. Từ một kênh YouTube mà ông Ngô Kỷ đã lên thông báo cho cư dân biết là nghị trình của bà nghị viên Emmy Phan West đưa lên hôm nay là do ông ta tư vấn. Và ông này đưa cái phone của message của bà nghị viên Emmy nhắn tin được tư vấn. Sau khi xem bản nghị trình của bà trên agenda của thành phố, tôi thấy đây là một nghị trình nóng vội, thiếu thời gian tìm hiểu và dường như bà không hiểu một cách đầy đủ về lịch sử Việt Nam, giai đoạn bị đô hộ và giành lại độc lập. Bà Emmy viết trong nghị trình Việt Nam không còn là một phần của Đông Dương kể từ năm 1949. Đó là thông tin sai sự thật. Việt Nam vẫn là một nước nằm trong khối liên minh Đông Dương. Bằng chứng từ năm 1945 tới 1954 vẫn có một chức vụ cao ủy của chính phủ nước bảo hộ Pháp. Và chính quyền từ cấp tỉnh trở xuống đều có một viên công sứ người Pháp giữ quyền hành. Tôi phản đối lấy ngày 7 tháng 2 làm ngày tự hào treo cờ vàng ở City Hall. Mong Hội đồng thành phố hãy chọn một ngày thật đúng ý nghĩa. Trân trọng kính chào, cảm ơn.
My name is Ching Ding. I would like to comment on Agenda 5.3. I learned that this meeting will discuss the yellow flag issue again. From a YouTube channel which Mr. Ngô Kỷ announced to residents. Councilwoman Amy Phan West's agenda posted today was advised by him. And this man handed over a phone with a message from Councilwoman Amy asking for his advice. After looking at your agenda on the city agenda, I see that this is a hasty agenda, lack of time to research, and it seems like Councilwoman Amy does not fully understand Vietnam history and the period of colonization and when it's regained independence. Ms. Amy stated in the agenda, Vietnam is no longer part of the Indochina since 1949. That is false information. Vietnam is still a country in the Indochina Union. The evidence is that from 1945 and 1954, there was still a position of High Commissioner of the French government, and the government from the provincial level down all have French ambassador holding power. Vietnam is just a colonized country under French control that time. I object to making February 7 the day to proudly hang the yellow flag at City Hall. I hope the City Council will choose a true and more meaningful date. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Tony Bowie, resident of Westminster. Happy New Year to all of you. I met all of you at the banquet to raising fund for the TED parade And I'm glad that you all together, including the city attorney, including city manager and the chief police, and many people come to attend the parade, the fundraising, even Kimberly Hall, Charles Manzo, Amy West, and Nam Quan Nguyen. That's good. You all together working for the benefit
Please
of.
talk on the agenda item. Now is the agenda item. So what agenda item that you are trying to address?
Okay.
Okay, please.
I'm glad that you all working together, and I hope that you keep on working in that way. And together, we will overcome the lot of disinformation from the outside. They spread the rumor, gossip, that you destroy, you are saluting the red flag, but you are not. So you have to show to the people that you working together to reconfirm, not recognizing, but reconfirm the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, because City of Westminster already recognized the flag of Republic of Vietnam already. So just reconfirm it, and don't go back to the record in 1950. That is too long, and at that time it's a wrong historical matters. Okay, take that out of the context and put it together that you, City of Westminster, reconfirm the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, and we'll choose a day like April 30 is the annual day of reaffirmation of freedom over tyrannical dictatorship. That is what I want you, all of you, to do. And you have to remember that this is the city on American city. So we have to concentrate working for the on American of this city. Okay, please take that into account. And we have to support the police, no defund police or fire department, but have to support police and fire department. No sanctuary city, because we do not want to harbor criminal in here. And then no communist agitator within our country. We have to stand together. Thank you for all of your concern.
Our next speaker is a representative from the Vietnam Flag Steering Committee.
So, good evening. So, let me see. Thank you for giving the time to speak before you today. So, my name is Thao Ly. So, I am a member of, and on behalf of the Vietnam Flag Steering Committee, represent for tonight to speak before you. You vote yes on this resolution. Tonight will be the first step to get the city closer to the best day we are looking forward to. The unanimously passage of this resolution will be another evidence for the residents to see that you, as elect body of the local government, who make decisions based on the will of the people, and the legal evidence, not on your personal feeling or misguided information. Additionally, it will bring back the confidence the residents in this city have and trust upon the elected you. Your vote yes on this resolution will one and for all dissolve any propaganda by Communist Vietnam about the United Nations has recognized the Communist Vietnam. According to the UN Charter, Chapter 2, Article 3 and 4, it defines membership as a functioning role open to all states for membership. Its is not a UN role to recognize nations. So let us be clear of this fact. So, with your permission, I would like to submit chapter 2 as evidence for your references. So may I approach the secret clerk? So I would like to conclude my thoughts here by thanking the city council for agreeing to put this resolution to reaffirm the three stripes upon a field of gold in the flag of Vietnam. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thuy Vo. I have a Thuy. Thuy?
No, I get messed up because same name. Yeah. They call and I thought it was.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, xin chào. Kính thưa ông thị trưởng và các nghị viên, hôm nay tôi chỉ muốn tập trung vào hai điều về nội dung của nghị trình 5.3 mà bà nghị viên Emmy đưa ra. Một, nếu bà muốn tranh đấu cho Việt Nam thì hãy tranh đấu cho tự do, dân chủ, nhân quyền cho Việt Nam, chứ bà không thể được dùng cái lá cờ trân trọng của dân tộc cho mục tiêu chính trị nhé. Tôi nói như vậy là vì cái nghị trình của bà đưa ra mà bà không hiểu gì về lịch sử Việt Nam một cách chính xác. Bà không biết cách dùng từ cho phù hợp với một văn bản của cơ quan chính phủ. Bà đúng nghĩa là một con ngựa non háo đá nhé. Không biết lắng nghe. Cái sự ngu dốt của bà là nguyên nhân gây ra những tranh cãi không cần thiết trong cộng đồng và làm rối đầu các nghị viên trong hội đồng thành phố. Số 2, chuyện mà bà đưa nghị trình bà đưa ra từ ngày 13 tháng 12 năm 23 đã thối rồi bà ơi. Bây giờ bà lại vội vàng kéo thêm vào một cái nghị quyết của thành phố để nóng vội trình ngay cái nghị trình này. Và kết quả một bản nghị trình không hiểu biết về lịch sử Việt Nam. Bà không biết về lịch sử Việt Nam thì bà đi làm chính trị chi vậy? Hả? Bà lại đưa ra trước cư dân cái ngu dốt tồi tệ của bà hơn là bà chọn ngày 7 tháng 2 là cái ngày tự hào treo cờ vàng. Bà tự hào về điều gì? Tự hào là nước Việt Nam vẫn còn bị Pháp đô hộ. Ai tư vấn cho bà? Cố vấn cho bà cái ngày 7 tháng 2 là ngày Việt Nam rời khỏi Liên hiệp Pháp. Bà nghe nhé. Bà mở trí não ra về tìm hiểu biết về lịch sử Việt Nam nhiều thêm nhé. Có người nói cho tôi biết rằng ông Ngô Kỷ lên phố Bonsa TV và khoe khoang là bà đã tư vấn với ông ta. Bà thật không còn chút giá trị gì khi mà bà tìm đến một kẻ ăn dạ, chửi bậy, bất tài, quên quang, làm cố ó nhiều sắc dân chứ không chỉ có cộng đồng Việt Nam. Tôi phản đối lấy ngày 7 tháng 2 treo cờ, đó không phải là ngày độc lập thật sự của nước Việt Nam ta. Bà hãy tự xem, hỏi xem từ khi mà bà vào trong cái hội đồng thành phố này, bà đã làm được gì cho thành phố, cho cư dân? Hay là bà chỉ gây tranh cãi? Bà nên nhớ rằng thành phố này có nhiều sắc dân, chứ không chỉ có cộng đồng Việt Nam đây thôi. Bà nên làm việc tốt hơn cho cư dân và thành phố. Bà không nên dùng cái chức vụ nghị viên của mình để mà lấy điểm. Chúng tôi thật hết sức mệt mỏi với bà lắm. Bà đừng có cười khinh bỉ nha. Cái cười của bà đó là cái cười dối trá, cái cười đôi yêu ma. Cái cười của bà là cái kiểu ngu dốt. Tôi nói cho bà biết như vậy. Bà phải biết tôi là ai nhé. Tôi là cái người đi vận động cho bà trong những ngày cuối để bà được đậu nha.
Con không biết bà vận động
nha.
cho con.
Trân trọng kính chào quý vị.
Dear Mayor Nguyen, council members, I just want to focus on
the following two things about the Agenda 5.3 that Councilmember Amy proposed. If you want to fight for Vietnam, then fight for freedom, democracy, human rights for Vietnam, but do not use the nation's cherished flag for political purpose. I say that because the agenda she put forward without understanding history accurately, without understanding how to use words appropriate to a document of a government agency. She is literally a little horse, like to kick, don't know how to listen. Her ignorance is the cause of many unnecessary controversy in the community and confuse the council. The agenda that Ms. Amy brought up in December 13, 2023 already based on the wrong assumption. Now she hastily pulled another resolution to present this agenda, and the result is an agenda item without historical knowledge. What's even worse is that Councilwoman ignorant in front of the Vietnamese community, choosing February 7 as the day to proudly hang the yellow flag. Councilwoman, what are you proud of? The Vietnam is just a colonized country, answer to French the boss. Who are your advisors who told you that February 7 is the day Vietnam left the French Union? Someone told me that Mr. Ngô Ký went on Phố Bôn Sa TV YouTube channel and bragged that you had consoled him. You really have no value anymore when you came to a person who gossip, curses, incompetent, boastful, and in so many ethnic groups, not just Vietnamese group. I object to hanging the flag on February 7. That is not Vietnam True Independence Day. Councilwoman, ask yourself, what have you done since the city council, joining the city council to help or just to cause controversies? Remember, this city have many ethnicity, not just Vietnamese, self-owned resident, and this city to bring prosperity and safety. Don't use your position for grandstanding. We are tired of your behavior.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is An Ki.
Good evening, Major, Vice Major, all councilmen, attorney, and all officers. My name is An Ki. I live in Westminster. Today, I have one thing to talking about protecting our people at Westminster. And I think I just couple of weeks and up to 2 or 3, and I hope to all 24 coming peace and love. And the thing to talk today, I remember about a couple of months ago, I went to a police department at Westminster. I report the case, the guy beat the woman on the street. That's the first one. Also, the second one, I came to need Major, Vice Major, and all councilmen and officer. Much working hard for about this guy. That's very dangerous. Because why is danger? I heard one more guy now show up and beat the woman again. That's second guy. And why I talking about today? And the last Saturday, I tried U-Haul, and I tried to go to eat for high on both sides. And one guy.
May I ask you to stop? I believe that are you talking any items on the agenda?
Yeah, but now I need help because I shared the clip with the guy bit because I happened to me on last Saturday.
No. You need to talk the item on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
This is
Yes,
right
sure.
now.
Okay.
If you want to talk anything else, you can wait until the end when we have a non-agenda item, then you can talk about
Okay,
it.
okay.
You understand?
Just short, but last minute.
Nó là như vậy, thưa bên, là trong lúc này mình chỉ nói những cái gì nó liên hệ tới cái item.
No, because I'm worried about my life. Because happened.
That's okay. You
He
can
used
talk at the end.
he used the
Please.
gun.
Please, done. Okay, please. We can do it at the end, okay? Anh Kiệt, anh có thể nói lúc cuối. No, please. You're done. You can come back for 2 minutes at the end. Thank you. Okay. All right. Next.
Our next speaker is Kai Dao.
Before anh Khải Đào nói chuyện, tôi xin, I just want to remind you that at this time, you are welcome to have public comments on the agenda item only. So any items that are on the agenda, you can speak about. But if you are talking anything beside the agenda item, then you have to wait until the end when we have the non-agenda item. Quý vị mà muốn nói hiện tại lúc này đó, chỉ nói những cái gì nó nằm ở trong cái agenda mà thôi. Quý vị nói ngoài agenda thì quý vị đợi tới cuối cái meeting khi mà cái non-agenda bắt đầu. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council staff, the Police Chief. Before I start, I'd like to, well, I guess I can't speak on behalf of anyone else but myself, to apologize to the residents, to other communities, to the staff, employees, even the police chief, the police officers who have been, and probably will have to endure this kind of charade, comedy that happens every 2 weeks or so in our council chamber. Mr. Mayor, is this city's business? I remember you moved our communication session to the end, and you just asked the guy to stop talking and only talk about the agenda, right? Agenda.
That's not on the agenda.
I'm talking about 5.3, right?
What item that you're talking about?
Is 5.3?
Okay, go ahead and talk about 5.3.
Is that city's business?
Go ahead and talk 5.3.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is that city business? I guess so many people already explained it, so I don't need to tell you about it.
Agenda item, then I will cut you off. Right now, go ahead and talk on 5.3 if that's what you want to talk
Can
about.
I please have my time back, please? He's talking over me. So, like many people already explained this thing. You guys use the flag, use the issue to benefit yourself. And now it's coming back to bite you in the butt, but it's hurting our city. And diversity. I'm not against it. That's why I apologize. You think Santa Ana every city meeting should talk about Mexico, the Mexican flag, or the Latino heroes? What about Cambodia? Have you heard of Killing Field? Do we have Cambodian here? Should we have session to discuss about their statues to commemorate their fallen? What about Afghanistan? So it is the city business to talk about flag. So I'm talking about principle. Rule is rule. If you're decent people, you should adhere to the higher standard, higher moral and civil standard. You would and should uphold the law and values that bind us together, allow us to be here, to be all you can be, the American values. And if 2 weeks ago, you wouldn't approve that proclamation, then this is the same, Mr. Attorney. You kind of passed the same thing that you denied the last meeting.
The next speaker is Lee Nguyen.
Good evening, everyone. Trước khi ra tranh cử vào những chức vụ này, quý vị đã hứa hẹn với chúng tôi rất nhiều. Nào là gìn giữ lá cờ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa cho cộng đồng tị nạn chúng tôi. Nào là quý vị là hậu duệ của Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Quý vị sẽ quyết tâm không cho cờ máu của Việt Cộng xâm nhập vào trong cộng đồng của chúng tôi. Bây giờ ngồi vào được những chức vụ này rồi thì quý vị sẵn sàng quay lưng phản bội lại chúng tôi. Quý vị muốn vinh danh lá cờ máu, lá cờ đại diện cho lũ quỷ đỏ khát máu đã từng giết chết hàng triệu người dân vô tội, hàng triệu người chiến binh Việt Nam Cộng Hòa và hơn 58.000 quân nhân Hoa Kỳ. Giờ đây quý vị thấy phản ứng dữ dội của cộng đồng tị nạn. Quý vị tìm cách chữa lửa bằng cách giả vờ lặp lại một nghị quyết đã có từ nhiều năm nay. Đừng dùng vải thưa che mắt thánh nữa. Ai cũng biết dã tâm của quý vị. Một con cáo khoác chiếc áo của con cừu non. Chúng tôi yêu cầu đồng chí Nam Quan phải từ chức ngay bây giờ để tránh việc thành phố này sẽ rơi vào tay của Việt Cộng.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. When you were running for these positions, you guys had assured us quite a few nice promises, such as you will protect and honor the sacred Republic flag of South Vietnam. You are descendants of South Vietnamese troops, so you will definitely prevent the communist bloody flag from appearing in our little Saigon. Now that you got these lucrative seats, you're willing to betray and humiliate us. You want to accept the communist bloody flag into our community, the flag that represents the bloodthirsty satanic devils, the flag that those devils have been using to mass murder millions of innocent people, millions of Vietnamese soldiers, including more than 58,000 American troops. When you acknowledge the furious reactions from your fellow Vietnamese, you try to ease the anger by pretending to recertify a resolution which was already made and still in effect. Please don't try to fool your constituents anymore. You are just a hungry fox hiding under a sheep cover. Therefore, we request that Mr. Nam Quan should resign ASAP to prevent this city from falling into the Vietnamese Communist Party. I notice he's not in here. You want to honor the communist bloody flag and... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Quý vị công nhận lá cờ máu và muốn mọi người phải chấp nhận nó. Bây giờ còn tổ chức diễn hành Tết. Có gì bảo đảm là không có sự tham gia của Việt Cộng và không có cờ máu xuất hiện hay không? Làm sao những hội đoàn hay các cơ sở thương mại của chúng tôi dám ghi danh tham dự ngày Tết thiêng liêng của dân tộc mà mỗi năm chỉ có một lần?
You want to honor the communist bloody flag and ask people to accept it. Now you're holding the Tet Parade for the Vietnamese community. Is there any guarantee that there's no communist participation and communist bloody flag appearing? How can we trust your crooked and deceitful intentions in order to participate in a traditional event which is held only once a year?
Bà Kimberly Hồ, bà có thể nhục nhã xấu hổ cho vong linh người cha quá cố của bà không? Khi một con Việt Cộng cái nó sỉ nhục lăng mạ cha của bà một cách thậm tệ như vậy không? Không ngờ bà có lớp da mặt dày như vậy. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ho, do you feel mortified that the female commie disrespected your beloved late father? To all of us, it's like a spit right on his body and face with your intended accomplice. You have such extremely thick skin.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is going to be Not Lin.
Xin chào các nghị viên của Hội đồng thành phố. Tôi là một dân cư của thành phố này. Tôi thấy phải có trách nhiệm lên tiếng về nghị trình rất hệ trọng này. Đó là nghị trình 5.3 do nghị viên Ami đưa ra. Thưa quý vị, vinh danh lá cờ vàng phải là ý chí và nguyện vọng của cộng đồng, là mong muốn của cộng đồng, chứ không phải dựa vào tuyên ngôn của nước Mỹ hay là nước Pháp. Đó là một ý thức hệ nô lệ. Những nghị quyết vào năm 2003 và 2016 của thành phố Westminster là do ý chí của cộng đồng mong muốn, là một điển hình. Tôi nghĩ một nghị viên phải dựa trên một tư liệu lịch sử để đưa ra một nghị trình, thì phải có một bản nghị trình, những trang tư liệu quan trọng mà mình dựa vào kèm theo với cái nghị trình đó. Tôi muốn hỏi bà Amy Phan West, bà nói rằng ngày 7 tháng 2 năm 1950 là Hoa Kỳ chính thức công nhận, không phải, bà nói là ngày 7 tháng 2 năm 1950 Việt Nam đã không thuộc về Liên hiệp Pháp. Bà có đưa những trang tư liệu quan trọng này cho Hội đồng thành phố xem không? Và bà đã đọc kỹ những trang tư liệu đó chưa? Và tôi muốn hỏi các thành viên trong Hội đồng thành phố, bà tổng quản trị và ông luật sư đã đọc những trang tư liệu này chưa? Theo tôi tìm hiểu, ngày 7 tháng 2 năm 1950, Hoa Kỳ công nhận chính phủ Bảo Đại và nước quốc gia Việt Nam độc lập trong khối Liên hiệp Pháp gồm 3 nước Việt Miên Lào. Độc lập ở đây là gì? Là nước Pháp cho quốc trưởng Bảo Đại được quyền cai trị, nhưng về mặt quân đội và ngoại giao, nước Pháp nắm giữ. Rõ ràng, một quốc gia mà không được quyền tổ chức quân đội, không được quyền ban giao với các nước, đó không thể gọi là một quốc gia độc lập. Do vậy tôi nghĩ chúng ta không thể và không bao giờ được phép lấy ngày 7 tháng 2 làm ngày treo cờ vàng, hân hoan mừng vui, vì điều đó nó khơi gợi lại nỗi đau của một quốc gia từng bị đô hộ. Bà nghị viên Ami, tôi có vài lời muốn nói với bà. Bà đã không sinh ra vào thời điểm 1950 và cũng không được vinh dự học lịch sử Việt Nam vì bà đến Mỹ rất sớm. Nên với những cái nghị trình như vậy, bà cần phải tìm đến những người cố vấn là những người nắm rõ lịch sử Việt Nam. Đừng tỏ ra háo thắng và đừng chọn người cố vấn sai lầm. Nhất là bà không có đủ kiến thức. Tôi nghĩ là bà có thừa tiếng Anh để đọc, nhưng bà sẽ không hiểu hết những từ chuyên ngành về lịch sử, cho nên bà đã nhận thức sai trái. Tôi nghĩ rằng đừng có đưa một nghị trình mà thiếu hiểu biết như vậy để gây ra những xáo trộn không đáng có trong cộng đồng như chúng ta đã thấy vừa qua. Xin hết.
Dear City Council of Westminster, as a resident of the city, I feel responsible to speak up on this very important agenda, Agenda 5.3, given by Council Member Amy. I think when a council member, we must rely on a historical document to come up with an agenda. I want to ask if Amy has attached important documents so that she can rely on them accurately and have the members of the city council, the general administrator and attorney city read those document pages carefully. She's asking you guys if you guys already read the document she gave it to you. On February 7, 1950, the United States officially recognized the Bảo Đại government and the independent state of Vietnam within the French Union, including the 3 countries of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. France will have
the right to command the military and deal with foreign policies with friendly countries, not Vietnam. Obviously, a country that does not have the right to organize an army and establish relations with other countries cannot be called the independent country. Therefore, I think we cannot take February 7 as a yellow flag day to celebrate and rejoice, because that would evoke the pain of the former colonized country.
Xin cảm ơn.
Our next speaker is Ninh Hung. Ninh Hung.
Thank you, everybody. I just say about 30 seconds, something like that. We need to talk about the truth of history. Like you need to go to the history of the State Department in Vietnam. We live in the United States. We just talk on the US side. Don't talk on the China, don't talk on the French or communist side. That's it. And then the second one, look like the United Nations don't have the right to recognize any country. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Van Phan.
Kính thưa Thị trưởng thành phố Westminster và các nghị viên và cảnh sát và cùng quý vị. Trước hết tôi có một câu hỏi nhưng mà because I don't speak English very well, can you have me Vietnamese translator, please?
Anyone who can come up, Anh Vang, can you come up and translate for Phan Van? Thank you.
Trước hết tôi thành thật cảm ơn thành phố Westminster và các nghị viên đã có một chương trình buổi tối hôm nay và để giúp cho người dân ở thành phố để yên tĩnh, để công ăn việc làm, để cho một thành phố phát triển hơn.
Firstly, I would like to thank you, the city officer, city mayor, and council, bring the peace of mind to all the residents of Westminster.
Điều thứ nhất, tôi muốn xin quý vị đừng có bỏ những cái hiến chương hoặc là cái hiến pháp của Quốc hội Hoa Kỳ từ ngày 2 tháng 7 năm 1950 đã công nhận cái nước Việt Nam từ Bắc vào Nam là nước lá cờ vàng 3 sọc đỏ là của Việt Nam. Tôi xin quý vị đừng có quên những cái điều vì mình đang sống ở nước Mỹ.
Firstly, I would like to remind all of you, please don't forget all the resolution and proclamation had recognized by U.S. Congress for the last, in 1950, whatever. I would like to remind we please respect that.
Và thưa quý vị, tôi là một người, tôi đã đi lính 16 tuổi, tôi đã bị thương 3 lần. Nếu tôi có chết trước năm 75, lá cờ vàng 3 sọc đỏ đó cũng vẫn ôm cái xác tôi đem về cho cha mẹ tôi chôn tôi. Đó là lá cờ sự sống của chúng tôi, không phải là lá cờ chết. Thành cho nên lá cờ đó nước Mỹ đã công nhận mà chúng tôi đã nằm trong tim chúng tôi. Tôi yêu cầu quý vị xe dắt cái đó.
We would like to invite you support for the yellow flag because that's this flag. I served for the Republic of Army of Vietnam since I was 16, and I fight, do and die for this flag. And I would like to ask your guys favor, please. Vote yes for this flag because that's the value of whatever we Americans serve for.
Tôi thành thật cảm ơn quý vị rất nhiều và xin quý vị xe dắt và quý vị để cho cái thành phố Washington chúng ta càng tiến mạnh và càng mạnh hơn nữa và dân chúng càng tới đã đông đúc hơn nữa. Đó là một điều tôi mong ước để là bình yên trong thành phố Washington. Kính chào quý vị.
Again, I would like to thank again for all of you to vote yes for this resolution because we keep things go forward, progressive for Westminster, and bring our peace for the city of Westminster residents. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do have one more speaker, Min Vu.
Hello, xin chào. Tới đây tôi rất là vắn tắt và tóm gọn. Từ ngày tôi đến đây tôi họp, tôi thấy hội đồng thành phố không có đoàn kết là một. Cái thứ hai nữa, tôi không thấy báo cáo cái tốt của thành phố. Hôm nay tuyển bao nhiêu cảnh sát?
Thôi cô, ngày hôm nay nếu mà cô nói về những cái...
Vâng, tôi sẽ nói tiếp.
Dạ vâng.
Và toàn là đưa ra những cái điểm xấu không ạ? Rồi bôi nhọ nhau, rồi chỉ nhau, không có tôn trọng các nghị viên ở đây. Như vậy là không có gọi là thực sự.
Cô vô đề đi cô.
Rồi, còn cái vấn đề lá cờ, mình ra đệ trình thì tất cả đều góp ý rồi ngồi soạn ra ngày nào, rồi sau đó thành luật. Và mỗi năm khỏi phải xin nữa, cái đó thành luật rồi, hàng năm cứ thế mà tiến hành. Chứ nay bôi mai bôi cứ chửi nhau tùm lum. Tôi không đồng ý. Những cái đồng tiền đó của con và chúng tôi là đóng thuế. Rồi đây họp hoài, họp khuya đó chưa xong, phí tiền quá. Ok, ngắn gọn, không dài dòng, YouTuber không chỉ bất lịch sự. Ok, hết. Còn cái lá cờ này,
Yes, I would like to translate quick for what she said. She said, since the day she came here to hear the council meeting, she didn't see any united from our city council member. That's why she worried. And she only see smear, slander from this member to that member, and YouTuber smear to our city council. She hope this will end the issue, and we try to do whatever is a healthy political issue to bring a good work for the city.
ok, tiếp theo, tiền lương của tất cả các nghị viên đây đâu có bao nhiêu đâu. Còn phải đi làm ngoài, họp đêm, họp ngày, chỉ quanh đi quẩn lại cũng ba cái, cũng vì cá nhân, rồi đưa ra cái lá cờ, rồi cũng nói tới nói lui. Ok, tôi chỉ muốn là vắn tắt, và trong đó khi mình phát biểu phải có cái sự lịch sự, tôn trọng. Không được chỉ trỏ mặt người ta như vậy, vô lễ.
I do know that the salary for all the council members is very little, but we have to. They have to do a lot of work to serve for the city, for the resident. That's why I very respect. But I ask whoever come to this post, please respect to whatever the work from the city. Don't smear them, don't slander them, do something against our goodwill. That's why I would like to hear the good news, the good work from everybody whenever you come to this state.
Ok, rồi những các cháu, các con của mình nó một ngày một lớn lên, nó nhìn nó thấy hội đồng họp gì mà cứ cãi nhau hoài, bàn cái kia, rồi cảnh sát ai dám vô nữa. Rồi không có góp ý cho người ta, rồi hôm nay không thấy hội đồng nói gì, toàn là nói về đời tư cá nhân không, rồi bôi nhau. Ok, tôi chỉ muốn là tôi xin tất cả những người sau này phát biểu về một cái lý do gì, mình lên tôn trọng, ăn nói phải có lễ phép, tất cả đây đều có trình độ cả, để cho nghị viên làm việc.
Cô nói về lá cờ thôi. Cô
Và tôi yêu cầu là thi hành cái lá cờ. Nghị viên Ami và Phan và Nam Quang có đề nghị cờ vàng 3 sọc đỏ, thì quý vị ngồi xuống lấy một ngày nào đó rồi thành luật, rồi mỗi năm khỏi phải xin. Cái đó là tôi rất mừng, chứ còn tôi lúc nào cũng quý 2 lá cờ này hết. Ok, xin hết.
I just take a short last words. She would like to add all the city council. We take a day to sit all together, vote for whatever the resolution or the proposed from Nam Quan Nguyen and Amy Phang Nguyen proposed to the city. Then we respect each other. Whenever we bring to the city, that will help for the citizen, for the city of Westminster. Thank you very much.
Bye. Cảm ơn rất nhiều.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to take this moment to thank every one of you come out and express your opinions. Truly, that the City Council all, welcome you here and welcome your inputs. But it's up to every one of you to recognize the information that they present. At this point here, let us move on to consent calendar. I would like to close out the role of communication. Consent calendar, all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine.
Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. We did an out of order for the agenda, so we're actually going to 5.3, which is before the consent calendar.
Did we say that before consent calendar?
We did, immediately following oral.
Well, if that's the case, then let me make another motion to move the consent calendar before the 5.2, because I know that we have a group of people here waiting for the proclamation, and they've been here from the beginning until now. So I'd like to get this one over with so they can leave if they do. So my motion is to move the consent calendar before the 5.3. 5.2.
That makes sense. I second.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to move the consent calendar ahead of 5.3. I'll go ahead and do a roll call. Councilwoman Fan West.
So under the consent calendar, we only do a proclamation. Is that correct, Ashton?
So
No, we have to do the whole consent calendar. It should be quick if there is no pooling. If, I don't know. But
So the motion on the floor, Councilwoman Fan West, is to approve the consent calendar.
Well, I mean, is that Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, to move the consent calendar before 5.3. And then we need to go to a motion to approve the consent calendar. This is just to bring the consent calendar ahead of 5.3.
Okay, I believe that it's, consent calendar just have only 5 agenda item, but I know that Mr. Mayor will pull 3.5, so yes, I will approve to get the proclamation taken care of.
it is the whole consent calendar. It's not the 3.5 alone. So
I understand everything should be approved, and I know you will pull your item.
So whether you are second it or not.
I say yes already,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
so go ahead and call roll call, please.
Okay, just for clarification, this is just to push the consent calendar ahead of 5.3, and then we'll need to do another vote on the consent calendar in itself.
No.
Yes.
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 So this is not to approve.
Talking about,
So right now, the motion on the floor is to move the consent calendar back to right after oral communications before 5.3. So if this is approved to move the item, there will be an additional vote for the consent calendar and for any items that are being pulled.
True. Yeah.
Okay. So I have a yes from Councilwoman Fan West. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So consent calendar, all matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussions. So I would like to pull item 3.5.
A motion to approve the remainder.
The motion on the floor, second? Is there a
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Ho or?
Yes, I second.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Vice Mayor Ho. That is to approve the consent calendar with the removal of 3.5 for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, 3.5, the reason I approve this item is because after the approval of the proclamation, I would like to present this one to the group that is here today. I'm proud to have the young group that they look into this and ask me to put in the request. So I move to approve the proclamation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second made by Councilmember Monzo. This is to approve agenda item 3.5, which is the proclamation to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the invasion of Vietnam's Paracel Islands. And we will go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
With the approval of the proclamation by the City Council, I would like to present this one to the Phan Bội Châu group, which I know they are here right now. So before I present the proclamation, let me go ahead and read the proclamation for those you don't have it. Commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the invasion of Vietnam's Paracel Island. Whereas the City of Westminster, California notes that Vietnam has exercised sovereignty over Paracel Island, also known as Hoàng Sa, since the 19th century and occupied this island until 1974. And whereas the People's Republic of China invaded the Paracel on January 1974 with military force, and in ensuing battle, 74 soldiers and sailors of the Republic of Vietnam gave their lives. And whereas the People's Republic of China seized and continued occupation of the Paracel is a violation of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the use of force and calls on the member to respect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of other states. And whereas the U.S. State Department has declared that the People's Republic of China actions in asserting its expansive and unlawful South China Sea maritime claims undermine peace and security in the region. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho, and Council Member Amy Phan West, Carlos Menzo, and Nam Quang Nguyen, do hereby proclaim that the City of Westminster, California, hereby commemorates the 50th anniversary of the invasion of Vietnam Paracel Island, honors all Vietnamese who have died or been harmed in defense of Vietnam's sovereignty, and calls on China to respect international laws and end its occupation of the Paracel Island. It is signed and dated this 10th day of January 2024 by the City Council and signed by me, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor, Kimberly Ho, Vice Mayor, District 3, Amy Phan West, Council Member, District 1, Carlos Menzo, Council Member, District 2, and Nam Quang Nguyen, Council Member, District 4. At this point, I would like to invite the council members to come down to the podium and also invite the group from Paracel, the Phan Bội Châu, please come up to the podium so that we can present it to you. From the City Council standpoint, together with them, we would like to present you with this proclamation, which I would like to thank for taking the initiative to work on this and ask me to put it, to present it to the City Council. So thank you very much for all the work that you do.
Well, just as Vietnamese Americans, and this is our heritage, we will never forget the islands or the lands that belongs to Vietnam, and we demand the Chinese to return what belongs to Vietnam. Paracel Island, the islands. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mayor.
So let us now continue with item that we're moving forward, which is item 5.3. So item 5.3, resolution to recognize the flag of the former Republic of Vietnam and declaring an annual day of reaffirmation. This item introduced by Councilmember West and second by Councilmember Nam Quan. You are recognized now, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My resolution 3.5 tonight, as you read, is basically affirmation, affirming. This resolution affirmed that the United States government recognized on February 7th, 1950, the yellow flag with the 3 red stripes as the flag of Vietnam. Also, the mayor and council will take action tonight. After approving, the first action is to annually recognize the yellow flag with the 3 red stripes on February 7th. And 2, they will have the flag fly in front of City Hall on February 7th every year. So I want to make it clear that this resolution is not my resolution, but this is the community resolution. It is wonderful for City Hall to recognize this flag and to fly it, and to why it bring into the 3rd celebration on February 10th that our city will celebrate. I was informed that, Mr. Mayor, that you are planning to do a substitute motion to change the date to October 26th to President Ngô Đình Diem's date. And I am totally in support of that resolution, but that should be on another day of itself, because I believe that City of Garden Grove already make that resolution. So I think that's perfectly, if you want to make that resolution, Mr. Mayor, I would love to do that Ngô Đình Diem as well for you. I've been thinking about that already. So I think that's a great idea, Mr. Mayor, again, but tonight resolution is for February 7th, affirmation, affirming date. This understanding that 1950 was Vietnam Ngô King Bảo Đại, this flag was the 3 red stripes that he represent as well in the era of 1950. So this is a very special thing. I understand that the substitute motion will always go first, Mr. Mayor, for a vote. And I know that it will pass, in my opinion, but I can't speak because it's not the future yet until you guys vote. But I hope it will be a fair process that the council will reconsider, because the main thing is this recognition of the U.S. government of this flag as the Vietnamese flag in 1950 is very special for this city of Westminster, especially all the refugees are here. And that's why it's special, because also it ushered into the 3rd parade. Imagine our City Hall flying that in the community, because I believe that the council truly served the community. They will give this date of celebration of this yellow flag with the 3 red stripes so the community can celebrate into 3rd parade. Into the 3rd celebration. So I hope that the council will consider that to let the community enjoy the 3rd coming this February 7th to February 10th. So with that being said, I just want to take the moment for you guys to reconsider that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember West. I know Councilmember Nam Quan is seconded item, so it's your turn. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make it quick. I totally support Councilwoman Amy Pham West item. That's it.
All right, so Councilmember, allow me to go first on this item. First of all, I would like to respond to you. I don't know where you heard it from, but why didn't you check with me and you will come up here and you tell me that I intend to substitute your motion. That's not my intention.
saying I
That's
was
not my
informed.
intention.
Okay.
I just want to let you know. But since you say
Thank
that,
you. I
okay,
appreciate
we'll take it into consideration. Now,
Oh.
this proposed resolution basically have two main objectives: recognizing the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, reference historical data, and reference to two previous city resolutions, which we have no problem with that. The two resolutions already passed, and it is in effect right now. So there is no question about, these two. It's just that you want to reference that so that you can go on with this resolution, which lead to the second point, that you choose an annual day of reaffirmation and have that flag to be flown in front of the Civic Center. Let me tell you, and I'm going to be clear about this, I have no problem with that. So, let me repeat, I have no problem of recognizing or of reaffirming the other two resolutions. I have no problem if you choose, if you do so, to choose a day to have the go with the to flown in the city. I want to make sure you're clear about that. I do have a problem, though. I do have the problem that when we are approving a resolution, it has to be reflect with the true data, historical data. If we are putting up a resolution with the information, the wrong, inaccurate information, then we are, the City Council, responsible for that. And that's what I'm telling you about the thing that you put in there, whereas the second item, let me see, where is that now? Where you say that, give me a second, please. In the staff report, and I checked with the staff do disclaim that this is the information that they get it from you guys, or they get it from you, basically, Councilmember West. And then they put it together. They have no time to research or do this investigation on this. And what you said here in the background, in 1950, the United States recognized Vietnam's independence from the French Union. That is not true. As Vietnam was no longer a part of Indochina as of 1949. That's false, okay? Can you prove that to us, that this is true information? And I can prove it to you. Please bring up the information that I asked to project it on the screen, please. Whatever we do, we have to reflect with historical fact. We can't go off and do whatever we want to do. And it's wrong information that we put it there. Here we say that U.S. policy with respect to Indochina. In 1950, the U.S. recognition of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia as associate states within the French Union. I have that link there for you. You want to you go and look for it? Be my guest. And this is from Office of the Historian. Okay? Next thing we can say is policy of the United States with respect to Indochina, United States recognition of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia as associate state within French Union. 2 more. Memorandum of Convention of the U.S. Secretary of State to the President accepted U.S. Secretary of State recommendation. And that is Memorandum of Conversion by the Secretary of State here. Again, message of President Bảo Đại to congratulate Vietnam as independent state within, not without, within the French Union. So there is nowhere they say that it's out of the French Union. And we are not going to take this, the date 7th of February of 1950 and recognize that as a date that we are celebrating. No way. I don't agree to that. So with that, I can tell you that Vietnam has recognized it as a state of Vietnam, along with Laos and Indochina and Cambodia as Indochina. Okay, they are not within the French Union in 1950. Until 1975, until 1955, when President Ngo Dinh Diem took over and declared that Vietnam is sovereignty of Vietnam is freedom of democracy, freedom and independence country. It's now a country. So if you want to hang a flag, which I told you from the beginning, I have no problem with that. But we need to reflect what is true in the historical data. Vietnam is not free until October 26th of 1955. With that, I will open up for more questions.
Mr. Mayor, may I address you?
No, not yet. Let me go, and then you can come back. Why don't I go with Councilmember Menzo?
At this time, I want to make sure that Vice Mayor Ho speaks before me. So, go ahead.
All right. Okay.
Well, how do you like that? It's a rare moment, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Thank you. Okay, so, regrettably, we, since the last meeting, after the last meeting, I think our community was so divided, and unfortunately, that was kind of the very last meeting of the year. What was the date of that last meeting? The 13th of December. Okay, that was 2023, of course. And on December 20th, I know the whole purpose of Councilwoman Amy Van West, when you brought that up December 13th of 2023, was because you wanted us to reaffirm the flag of the Republic of Vietnam flag. And I understood that. And so then, everybody got riled up because they misunderstood our actions. And so I, on the 20th of December, attempted to put an agenda, and that was to put the agenda to reaffirm the Resolution 3750 that was adopted in 2003, to which I did not get a second. So it never made it on the agenda. I just want to let you know, if our purpose, and I think I understand your side, I understand everything that has been said back and forth, including everything that are in the open session, open communication. So I'm sorry to be a little bit detailed, but I think at this time I'm going to take advantage of being given the privilege of speaking before you. So I'm going to say, I think I hear loud and clear that everybody just wants to reaffirm and want us as a council to reaffirm. Everybody seemed to understand that we have this resolution, but that only after the fact. I think we reminded people that, hey, our city has always had this resolution to withhold the flag of Republic of Vietnam. We pledge to the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, and that it's still active. The resolution is still active. And so I don't know if what we voice, our voice is heard or not, but I think that at this time, we do need to pledge or reaffirm. So I do agree with the reaffirmation. And I just want so two things, the reaffirmation, and then for what you brought up today is a little bit of a tweak, a little bit of a twist. And I think that I understand the mayor's concerns. And I also have the concern of, number one, I'm a stickler, history has to be history, meaning it has to be the right history. Otherwise, we're rewriting history. So I cannot put my name on the date of February 7th. We need to fact check. If we're going to say February 7th is a day that we want to choose to reaffirm or fly this flag, then I'm fine with that. But if you were to say, because it is Vietnam Independence Day, and therefore we're going to use that, then I think that we need to fact check before we name it as the day of independence for Vietnam. I myself, we were not born during that time. We were little children by the time we came here. So I cannot speak to the history, but I have seen what you brought up, Mayor, and I understand that there is some conflicting information. So that I do have to, we all need to admit that there's conflicting information. So
But
we need to
that's not the full information, just to let you know. That's why when my turn comes, I'll share
Yes,
with you. Yeah.
but I'm just saying that we do have conflicting. And so we just need to maybe, that part, we need to, to name it as February 7th as the Independence Day of Vietnam. I'm going to have a problem with that. But if we say that, hey, let's choose a date for us to, fly this flag, I do believe that we could fly a flag on a day that we so choose, like April 30th. Because it is a day, if you were to tell me because Tet Parade or because of the Lunar New Year, we're going to have visitors to come here and you want to put, happy faces on their faces, and so I would buy that. But, if you were to label it as Independence Day and we're going to celebrate, or we're going to run, fly this flag, then I think that before we can name it that as an Independence Day for Vietnam, we need time. So I just want to come back to the resolution of 3750. Everybody knows that I came here as a child. I only know two flags my whole entire life. And that is, the first flag is, I feel like I could call it like my motherland flag. And that was the flag that's the Republic flag, the three stripes red on the gold background. So I just want to say that I don't know the other flag, and I pledge, and everybody knows that I am a Republic of Vietnam person, and I came from a Republic of Vietnam family. And so, there shouldn't be anything in the media to doubt my pledge to that flag. And so I'm all for the resolution or reaffirmation of that resolution 3750, okay? The second thing I want to say was the resolution of 4818, and that was adopted in 2016. That was adopted, that was the very first day I got sworn in as a city council member. And so on December 14th of 2016, and so I believe I'm the only council member that voted for that particular resolution on that particular day and that particular year. So I want to say, yes, I uphold that resolution, still active, Resolution 4818 as well as 3750 until this very day. If there is a need for us to reaffirm, anytime you want me to reaffirm, I am willing to reaffirm my pledge to the Republic of Vietnam flag. But the second part, I have a problem with until we all agree what day is February 7th, if we can just temporarily agree to flying that flag, and if later on, if you want to amend your resolution and say that you would like just to fly that flag on that day, I'm okay with that. But if you're going to name it, because it's an Independence Day, before you before you name it as a Vietnam Independence Day, let's fact check.
You know what? Just want to let you know, I didn't say Independent Day on our subject of resolution. It's just say annual day of affirmation, declaring annual day of affirmation.
Okay, so if we're all clear on that, I'm going to let other people talk, but that's pretty much what I have to say, and I'd like to reserve the right to come back, and if I have more to say on the subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Menzel?
Thank you, Mayor. First I want to express my very sad and kind of disheartening situation that keeps happening in our community. I've been in the city for a long time, and I know there's always disagreements. And back in my planning commission days, I did see some little bit of division, but it seems to me that the division, it just keeps getting worse and worse in our community. And I think as council members, we should be responsible and keep that in mind, that if we're gonna bring up subjects like this for discussion, that we keep that in mind, that there's people that are what we say up here and what we do up here affects the community. And right now, I find it very sad that the division in the Vietnamese community is just growing and growing. And also, when the non-Vietnamese community, the frustration that they feel as well, that to see that, and also to see issues, important issues, that we just seem to get put on the back burner. We have very many issues in the community that need attending to. As a resident, Michael V. mentioned, I agree with what he said. We have so many things that we need to put the issue that we're speaking of today, we need to put this kind of emphasis and heart into the issues that really affect everybody in this community, the day-to-day lives that our community faces. I'm not insensitive to my Vietnamese neighbors, my Vietnamese friends, and my Vietnamese community that I represent as well. I'm not insensitive to that. Up here, I got to look at how I can help every single person in this community. So I'm not insensitive, and I really don't like how other members in this city and other cities, neighboring cities, spread lies and false information about what we do up here as a council, and especially what I say and then what I do. I don't appreciate it. As we're leaders of our community and other leaders of neighboring communities, we should be looking at how do we unite our community, not how we divide our community by spreading false information just to get some political gain. When people do that, you're not being a true leader of your community when you spread lies and try to create a divisiveness just to gain some power. And then also, too, that this has taken on a whole nother monster by not only slandering members of this council, but also attacking and slandering members of our staff that have nothing to do with what's going on up here. The one big issue that I want to talk about and maybe ask our city attorney is, this letter is translated letter that was imposed on a city letterhead, what is the legal, is that legal? Is that by somebody, one of the city council members, I assume, shared that letterhead that we have to our disposal where we can do that? By sharing that for somebody, a private citizen, to use our letterhead to represent that as letters coming from this city and put false information on there.
It looks like a letterhead, but it's not actually our official letterhead. It's made to look like an official letterhead, but it's not.
It's not our letterhead?
Yeah.
They took the logo and put it there.
Okay. And that's even worse, that somebody is using that and to falsify and demean and slander somebody as a leader in a city hall here. That is taking it to the next level of corruption. I'm totally for honoring and reaffirming these two resolutions that were very important to our community that were passed, years ago. We can reaffirm that for sure. But I also find it very dishonoring to all the lives that were lost and fighting for freedom, and Vietnamese and American soldiers who lost their lives, to not get, if you're going to do something, to get the history wrong. To me, that is very dishonoring to do that. If you're going to do this, make sure that you get the history correct. I myself, to full disclosure, I did not sit here and delve really strong, really hard into the history to make sure the dates were correct. But I want to make sure that we here as a council have a responsibility. If we're going to propose something, that we make sure that our staff is getting the correct information, and then also don't be using them as a scapegoats to if it's wrong. We need to make sure that we help our city staff and we work together as a team so that we council succeed and our city staff succeeds, and at the end, our residents are the ones that benefit from it. We shouldn't be working against each other to get things done. We need to work together as a team and make sure that we take the time to really do our research to make sure if you're going to do something like this, to get it correct. Now, I find it very, very weird that the members of the community are arguing about this date, that date, and it's like, no, there's only one day, let's get it right. Like Vice Mayor Ho was mentioning, yeah, if you just want to pick a date to reaffirm, just pick a date, but don't say that that's the actual Day of Independence if it's not. So I'm here to support my Vietnamese neighbors and friends about any way I can to make sure that your voices are being heard as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Mezzo. Next, Councilmember Nguyen. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Then you can go ahead. Now you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So regarding your accusation, Mr. Mayor, I think it's very unfair and unjust. I work really hard with staff, and Christian, city attorney, and Christine, city manager, work really hard on this. And I give them some information that I got, and they did their research as well. And they craft up a resolution and the staff report. And then we read it together, we edit together, we make sure we fact check everything. What you present is only one part of it. I don't know where you found that or whatever. But the thing is that, city attorney, you have looked at the historian page. Can you put that up on the screen? Are you able to put that up on the screen? Can you send that to Adolfo? He can put it up. This is from the historian page, the Office of the Historian. And on that section, it says, when you look at the official historian page, the only time it talks about the Vietnam independence is the following statement. recognition, under the recognition, U.S. recognition of the Vietnamese independence in 1950. The U.S. state recognized the state of Vietnam on February 7th, 1950. So that is what we're taking from the U.S. Department to show, to put it in this resolution of Andy Guak and also GITA. This resolution, and then we take it from the State Department to make it into the community resolution. And this is what the Vietnamese community want. It's a celebration of one day of February 7th, because that day the U.S. government recognized, this is the state we live in, the United States of America. How special is that they recognized that in 1950 on that day. So that date, when this proclamation approved, it's going to allow the city to recognize that day on social media of February 7th of 1950 of the yellow flag with 3 red stripes. That's one. Number 2, if this is vote today, then on February 7th, that this will be shown, did you get that? Will be flown on front of City Hall. And then it happens to be right before the 3rd celebration. I mean, if you guys really want to serve your community, my district does not have most of Vietnamese, you guys do. Nam Quang district, the mayor, Kimberly, all of you guys have more Vietnamese. But I'm bringing this up to just helping, rightly so, for the city of Westminster, of all the refugees are here, to bring this recognition from the U.S. government into the city of Westminster. If this United States recognized the Mexican flag, just to say, if I was the council in Santa Ana, I would love to bring that up, to recognize from the U.S. government to celebrate that Mexican flag for whatever they recognize. That'll be awesome. Perfectly so in the city of Santa Ana. But perfectly so, this yellow stripe, yellow flag with 3 stripes represent Westminster. And like I put this on my dais here today, the yellow flag with 3 red stripes, and the American flag, because this 2 flag is my identity. This flag symbolizes freedom and democracy. My dad went to war for this flag. He bled for it. He bled for this flag, and he was wounded for this flag. I will always defend this flag. I will bleed for this flag and this flag, because this is my identity. So as you know, our soldier, American soldier, let me give that example. When they come home, and when anyone talk bad about the American flag, because you're talking bad about their children, fighting for the freedom of this country, it's very offensive. So that's why the family member believe this is their identity. This envelop who we are as Americans. So this 2 flags symbolize freedom and democracy, and I will fight and defend this flag, and I will bleed for this 2 flag forever and ever.
Thank you, Councilmember West. Let me respond to you. I don't think any of the council, including me as a mayor here, refuse of what you are putting on. It's just that the date is not reflect the historical data.
It did. I just read it.
Well,
I just show it.
Go ahead and show it.
We just did.
No,
Can you please
let's
bring
show
it
it
back
again, and let me point out for you. Show it again, please. Okay, before they bring it up, let me read your proposed resolution. Whereas on February 7, 1950, the United States government recognized Vietnam independence from the French Union, which took part in 1949. Now read this. The United States recognized the state of Vietnam, it's not a country, on February 7, 1950, when the U.S. Department of State made an announcement to that effect. Vietnam previously had been part of Indochina as part protectorate of France and had become independent state, with this, as part of French Union. As part of French Union. Where is independent from French Union? Tell me.
So, Mr. Mayor, I will answer your question on that. And I believe this is an honest mistake with staff and myself because I overlooked this, okay? So therefore, I will agree with you and other people to take that out and put as part of the French Union, okay? Whereas, we can do that, and that's correct.
And
I think there's that little mistake right there.
Okay.
Okay?
I accept your apology for the mistake, but we are not going to choose that date to celebrate while Vietnam still under the oppression of French. We cannot do that.
That's
So let me
correct,
do this.
Mr. Mayor, but the thing is that the U.S. recognized it. I'm not talking about, because at that time, they just recognized that flag, the yellow flag with the 3 red stripes as the flag of Vietnam.
Can you show me
and
that
it's
too?
true.
Can you show me that too?
Can you put that up again?
Where did they say that? You know, we understand that, but where it say in the document that they recognize the golden with the 3 red strike as a Vietnam flag in
So
1950?
let me tell you this. So let me ask you this. What flag was in 1950? Tell me. Is it the red
It
flag
is-
with the yellow
yes.
star?
Yes.
In 1950?
Yes, but we can't put in here that United States government recognized it without the
Wait, are you telling me in 1950 the flag of Vietnam is the red flag with the
is-
yellow star?
Let me do this, okay? Let me do this. I am not like what you accused me from beginning, that I am coming here with a substitute motion. But I'm coming here to recommend for your amendment to make, instead of having on February 7th, 1950, let's take the historical data, let's do it right by proposing the October 26, 1975 is the date that we can fly the flag out here, proudly flying the flag in front of the City Hall. That's what I recommend you to change it so we can all move on.
I agree with that date of Ngô Đình Diệm, President Ngô Đình Diệm, October 26, 1955. But that resolution should be for another date. This, we're talking about February 7th, 1950. So you're telling me that in 1950, Vietnam was a communist flag?
All right, let me call on Council
I thought
Member
communists
Nam Quang.
took over
Okay, I think
Vietnam
we
in
have-
1975.
Let the Council Member Nam Quang answer because you're second this item and you haven't got a chance to talk about it.
So you just interrupt. You didn't want to answer my question, Mr. Mayor?
I will answer you later. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just sitting through all the argument back and forth, I feel very, very sorry that, to me, honestly, February 7th or October 26th doesn't matter at all. Okay? If I can't, I will propose a separate motion for you guys, for the council members to choose between the 2 dates. Because it's a waste of time that it's like about 3 hours straight, just fighting back and forth about the dates.
Mr. Vice
So-
Mayor, sorry, no.
Let him finish, please. We have a chance to talk already. Let him finish his.
Absolutely.
But that's what I think. Talking about the unity, talking about the division between council members, like Council Member Manzo mentioned before. I think it's the time that we should put an end to the discussion here. Just make something. Somebody please make a motion.
Yes, I will make a motion, okay? This is my motion, so it's up to you guys. So my motion tonight, on here it says, resolution recognizing the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, declaring annually the day of reaffirmation. Okay, that's the subject of this agenda item. So we keep that, right? Now, what I ask is that we recognize this flag on February 7th, the date to affirm this flag, because the U.S. government, and that's it. We're gonna change the whereas and take out, like what I say, Mr. Mayor, that section right there, and put as part of the French Union, okay? And with that, if we keep February 7th, we will keep February 7th, 1950, that will keep the purpose of this resolution and affirming the two resolution, which is from Andy Kwok, fight against the communist flag, and the U.S. government on February 7th, 1950, saying affirming this flag as the Vietnamese flag of Vietnam, 1950. And then change the whereas, like you and your supporter recommend, and put as part of the French Union, and then approve this with those changes.
Is there a second to that?
I second Councilwoman Van West.
Okay, my turn. I really want to work together, and I present the data, a true historical data. And we know that the data that we had here as of February 7th is we still under the French Union. We are not proudly flying our flag with their oppression at the time. You know, people live under the oppression at the time. How can we fly the flag on that day now so that we can celebrate those times? I don't think it's the right thing to do, to be honest with you. And I already tried to work together by recommend the right date. And if you choose to not to take it, then I have to do something different. So my substitute motion is to change, whereas my substitute motion, you want to talk
May
about
I recommend that maybe her, Councilmember Amy, to maybe change the date earlier, and maybe if she changes, you don't
Okay,
have to
I'll
make a
give you a second
substitute
chance to
motion.
do it before
I mean, we're trying to not take away from your resolution, you know, we're not trying to do that.
If you're
But I
willing to
was just-
change the date.
Yeah, I was just thinking because of the, I guess we're not, we're unsure of the date in terms of, you know, if you call it the date of Independence Day or whatever. Earlier, I heard somebody recommended April 30th as the date of reaffirmation.
Let me
But
give you
that's the
input.
day we lost Vietnam.
Yeah, but
We-
then,
Councilmember Maho,
Yes.
I mean Vice Mayor Ho, let me go ahead and jump in with that. This resolution is trying to have the flag flown on a certain day. And on April 30th, its intention is to flown in the front of the city hall.
We already have
And we already have that date
Okay.
already flown that flag in the front of, we can't do two different.
got it. Okay, you're right. I think we do have that already. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Ms. Vice Mayor, may I say something?
Yes.
I agree with what you're saying because the thing, but I understand that you don't want to take away the community and their celebration for Thud, you know, with this resolution and affirming it. Now, I guess I can ask you and the mayor as well. I know that Emperor King Bao Dai, he was, he was the president in 1949 till something, right? So what flag did he represent? It's the yellow flag with the 3 red stripe. Is that correct?
We are not questioning about the flag.
So that's
We
all
are-
I'm saying.
we are
is
talking
that the
about
US
the date.
government, yes, the U.S. government in 1950, February 7th, they recognized this flag as the Vietnamese flag of the people of Vietnam.
Because the emperor, his flag was this flag. And then when the king Bao died, this flag was his flag. So I don't understand why you guys don't understand that the government can say this, even though the French was part of that during that time, but this represents Vietnam. It wasn't the communist flag
All right.
at that time. So therefore, if you change the date to October 26th of Bao Dai, President Bao Dai declaring this flag, then you change the purpose of this resolution. This resolution is stating that the U.S. government recognized, affirming this flag as the Vietnamese flag for the Vietnamese people. And then how amazing it is for the Vietnamese people to celebrate into that. That's all we're asking, and that's all we're accepting. And I was willing to change what you suggested on whereas. Change it to as part of the French Union.
Let me
I'm
read
willing
you,
to do that and
let
compromise.
me read you your proposed resolution. A resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster, California, recognizing the flag of the Republic of Vietnam and declaring an annual day of reaffirmation. Sorry about that. Now, let me with respect to Vice Mayor Ho, I am once again recommend that you can amend it so that this resolution can be, hopefully can be approved if you change the date to October 26th of 1995. And if not, then we have the resolution on the floor. Can you respond to that?
Yes.
1955.
Ms. Vice Mayor, may I ask you something?
I'm asking you, are you taking my recommendation
Oh, are
to
you talking to
amend?
me?
Yes, to amend it. Yes
You
or
know
no?
what, like I mentioned before, if we amend this resolution,
Okay.
it will be a complete different resolution because that will be guarding
The short answer is no, right?
The
So
resolution,
you are.
I support you. I support October 26th, President Ngô Đình Diệm proclaiming this flag
Understand.
as the Vietnamese flag, but that is a resolution for another day because Garden Grove have already do that resolution and it's perfectly
That's different
fine.
story.
So that's why I'm saying if you change that date, then it changed
Now,
the language
let
of
me
what I'm
ask you.
talking about of the
Let me
U.S.
ask
government.
you.
It's
So you
no longer
stick-
President
You stick
Ngô
with
Đình Diệm.
your motion. You stick with your motion, and we have the second by
And
Nam
Mr.
Quang.
Mayor, I know that you will offend a lot of people, half of the Vietnamese
That's okay.
population.
That's okay.
Because some
As-
of them support someone else. Ngô Đình Diệm is a Catholic.
I will take
You,
that.
the other guy will be for the Buddhist
don't have to worry
community.
for me.
You're going to
Please.
discriminate them by
Please,
using
you don't
this
have to
date.
worry for me. So now, I call for questions. I think we have enough of our argument. We are going over and over again. So I call for questions. Is there a second to that?
Yeah, I'll second it just for the sake of moving on.
So-
Let's just move on. To me, I find this very disturbing what I'm hearing. Now I'm hearing that the Garden Grove has a different date. I mean, isn't the history history?
It's the same
So
thing that
Garden.
he wants.
So
October
no,
26th.
but there's only one history. Doesn't have a. You don't have another city doing a different resolution with a different date, and now we're supposed to do a different date
I don't think you
because we
understand.
can't be. Well, yeah, you're
Because
right.
you don't understand.
You're
That's
making
why
it a
I'm
little bit
explaining to
confusing.
you. So I think it's best
just
that
move
you
on.
don't get.
I
if you get
believe
involved
that
in
we
this,
have
you're gonna
called
get
for questions,
annihilated
and we have
by
the
the
second on the
Vietnamese
floor. We need to vote on that before we
Yes,
go on.
that's
Please.
true.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilman Ramonzo, and this is for call for question. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilman Fan West?
Wait, before you go, just let me clarify. The vote here is to close debate and then vote on the motion. This is not the vote on the motion. This is a vote to close debate.
That's right.
You know, for the sake of the people, I think everything I said
I'm
is
sorry,
already
we have to
done.
vote. Please call for the vote.
So I vote yes, talking right now.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, so now we have the motion on the floor and second motion by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. And can you repeat the motion, please?
Yes, so the motion made is to approve as recommended in the staff report with the removal of a section in the resolution, which is the second whereas, It will read as, whereas on February 7th, 1950, the United States government recognizes Vietnam's independence as part of the French Union, according to the Office of the Historian, U.S. Department of State.
Okay, with that, I do, like I said, I want to work with you. And I can't accept, the inaccurate information as we put in the resolution of, for the City of Westminster. So with that, I do my substitute motion because I have allowed you to go ahead and make the modification or amend, but you don't. So I have to do the substitute motion to have the paragraph of the second paragraph as hold on, give me a second here. Whereas October 26, 1955, the Republic of Vietnam proclaimed as a national day / independent day for Vietnam, a country with sovereignty, democracy, and freedom. That is the West. And at the end, where we have to, therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster hereby resolve as the section 2, October 26, 1955, shall annually recognize the flag of the Republic of Vietnam. And that flag shall be flown in front of the Civic Center annually on that day. That's my substitute motion with the change.
So, Mr. Mayor, you're doing the same thing. You're taking out just my date. That's it. And you put in October 26, 1954.
That's my substitute motion. You have the right to move on your, and I have the right to move on my. And so, it's up to the council to decide. So do I have a second on this?
But before you get the second, I just want to clarify on the first change that you made.
Yes, the first
Are
change.
you substituting one of the whereases for that?
Yes.
The second one. Okay,
The
just want to be
second one.
clear. Okay.
He's changing different dates to October 25th.
The
Yeah.
whole paragraph. Let me read it again. Whereas on October 26, 1955, the Republic of Vietnam proclaimed as a national day, independent day for Vietnam, a country with sovereignty, democracy, and freedom. And in the now resolved by the City Council, Section 2, I would like to make sure that we have changed, we changed that the October 26, 1955, the City Council shall annually recognize the flag of Republic of Vietnam, and that flag shall be flown in front of the Civic Center annually on this day.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Just
That's
change
my
the date.
substitute motion.
Okay.
Is there any second on that?
Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would guess that at this point here, we cannot discuss about this anymore. So whether you are second or not, then we have to move on because we close on that already, close on the discussion already.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I think we just call for question on the original motion, not on the substitute motion.
Correct.
Okay, so we can talk about substitute motion then.
The only thing when I did my rough research was that I believe in June, there was a date in June by that President Thiệu, Nguyễn Văn Thiệu, declared independence for Vietnam. So I'm not a historian, but I do see a conflict in the dates. So I feel like if we were going to call Vietnam's Independent Day, and since there's a conflict, could we bring that date back? And right now, just reaffirm. I'd like to I would like just to see if we can reaffirm, split this in half, and just reaffirm the resolution, like the one that's, which is the one that was resolution 50, what is that called? 3750. And then find a day to declare or reaffirm and fly the flag a different time. Can we reaffirm that resolution? So anyway, that's just my thought. Because right now, I am not at liberty to make the decision. I'd have to check on that date because there are some conflict. Before I came here, I did some research, and that's what I found. So, and I know that how you said it's very important to make sure we get the dates right. The history needs to be correct.
So from what I'm understanding, you say just reaffirm, which this resolution is about reaffirming.
Yes.
We are reaffirming resolutions 3750 and also resolution number 4818, and that's already for the fact. And then with the request, the action taken is to fly that flag on February 7th.
But the date is what we can't agree on. So can we just reaffirm that the two resolutions tonight?
So no flying the flag at all?
And then later, you can choose a date to fly the flag.
I think I remember what you said that I like, is that we can approve to fly the flag, but amend the date later.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we affirm, like what this resolution is about, affirming 3750.
Yes.
Also reaffirming resolution 4818, and to take action to fly the flag on February 7th, and that's it.
No,
And
not to
then-
take
and then
action.
amend?
No, February 7th. We don't know the date yet, and you can always amend the date, come back with a date later.
So you
Or
don't want
just
them to fly the
split
flag
that, just
on that date?
reaffirm tonight those two resolutions, because that's so important to the people, to know that we.
I understand, and I
yeah.
think this is what I think my
Yeah,
motion from
yeah.
what you're saying, is that we will affirm, which this is already, affirm 3750,
Yes,
and also affirm 4818.
correct.
And then fly the flag,
Yes,
but amend the date later
Yes,
on to
yes.
choose, but keep as is and amend it later.
yes.
So why don't we go in closed session afterward, the next meeting, like the next council meeting, and talk about what date we want? Not right now, the next council meeting, when we have closed
Yeah,
session.
couldn't do that in closed session.
Okay, then do you want us to discuss in the next session then, of what date that you guys want? But as of right now, I think what we should do for the community to give them the celebration is to fly the flag on February 7th and affirming the two resolutions we already have, which is 3750 and 4818.
I would be fine with that as long as we don't say February 7th is the Independence Day of Vietnam,
It
because
never
we cannot
say
confirm
on-
that.
on the
That's-
subject
So
here.
I think it mentioned that.
And then we take the whereas
Does that
too,
make sense?
remember?
Yeah.
Where we're removing that, whereas.
My understanding is that Vice Mayor Ho said that we go ahead and reaffirm. Take this resolution as reaffirm for the two previous resolutions that we had. And then we'll go come back with a day that we want to have the flag flying. Okay, we come up with a day. It's not that we are taking the February 7th as a day to fly the flag. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's what I
Yes,
understand.
I understand, yes.
From what she proposes that, still continue with the February 7th as a day to fly the flag. And I just want to mention it again. February 7th is not the day that the Vietnamese people here wants to hear and are not proud to fly the flag on that day under the oppression of French Union. So that's my comment. Anything else from anybody else?
So you're saying that because the Emperor Mao Dai and...
You want to reaffirm the other two resolution? Go ahead and do it today.
Well, his flag was a yellow and 3 red stripe. And that's what the Americans doing, is affirming
We
that
understand
yellow
that.
flag.
We have no
So that's all
problem with
I'm
that.
asking.
We, the problem that we
That's
have
what
right
this
now.
resolution is about.
No.
Yes,
The
it is.
problem
If you
right now
look at
is
the subject.
flying the flag on that day, on February 7th, please.
Yes.
Okay,
to
that's
affirm.
the disagreement that we have.
That's what I just read to you and show you on the U.S. historian page.
Oh, my God, okay.
So
I
when
think-
you remove that date, you remove this resolution of the U.S. So basically, I'm willing to okay with you to the part of reaffirming the two resolution, which we already have on here affirming, and then flying the flag on February 7th until we find a different date that you guys want to do.
Did you hear that?
Yes,
Same
well,
as you are.
here's the thing, you're trying to do too much in one resolution. I think, like I said, there are two parts to your resolution. One is to reaffirm the two resolutions, and so let's continue to do that. Let's do that so that when we walk out of here, people are not going to misunderstand that we're not, our council is no longer, shall I say, stand with that resolution, okay, and pledge to the Vietnam Republic flag. So I don't want any of that misunderstand. And I think the idea about flying a flag is a great idea. But now the problem is if we insist that phrase about independence and how America declared, and that's Vietnam Independence Day and all that, we cannot use that date for that purpose.
Whereas the independent were removing that for the sake of Charlie and his supporter, that's what I removed already.
Okay, I would
I
say,
don't think you guys.
I would say remove that second paragraph altogether, and that would be.
Can I suggest some language?
Yes.
Can I suggest some language based on what I was hearing?
Can I make a
Go
couple
ahead, Mr.
comments
City
here?
Attorney.
Before you go, City Attorney. Well, this is a question for maybe the mayor and well, more for you because you were the only, like you said, the only one that was voted for the previous resolution. So those resolutions, so we're not confused and the Vietnamese community is not confused, can we read those two previous resolutions and I have it, but I know that.
I guess that.
I'm not done yet. I have it, we all have it up here, but there seems to be some false information out in the community that maybe they don't have it. And what were they supposed to accomplish, those two past resolutions? What were they, the purpose for them, and what were they supposed to accomplish when those resolutions were passed? Because to me, when I read them, they're very clear as far as what the intent of the council was at that time. And to me, those two issues are extremely important to our Vietnamese community members.
Yes.
Councilmember Manzo, I appreciate that you are trying to clarify that for the audience, for the people here, but it is now a decision by the council members. And I don't see that we have any problem with those two since it's already passed.
No, I know that, Mayor, but I'm saying, for like Vice Mayor Ho mentioned, at this time, the contentious part is the part of the dates.
Yes, that's
so.
the
Let's just at this point have this resolution to reaffirm those two past resolutions, and if at a later time council chooses, we can somebody really does some delve into the history and get the dates right, bring it back and say, this is the facts, we've done research, we've checked it, and then proceed with a different resolution just for that part.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay. This is a substitute motion.
Well, you know what?
Okay, let's go back for a second. We have a motion on the tape, that is down, first and a second. Okay, so that already, and then we had a motion to close the discussion on that. So we need to vote on that. You wanted to make a substitute motion, and so we can't really go into a third.
Okay.
I'm not sure that you ever finished your substitute
No. My
motion.
substitute motion, I haven't asked for the second, but now I withdraw my second, my substitute motion, and I will let them go with substitute motion.
I would prefer The maker of the motion, the original motion, has Ms. Amy Van West to come up with the what you want to substitute or you want to change your amend. Because, for me, we're not trying to steal your credit. We just want to make sure that we split those two so that we can move along. Because it's getting late, and I do see that the whole council agree on reaffirm those two resolutions. And so, like I said, flying the flag, to signify that this, and to remind and to reaffirm and all that is really a great idea. And I really thought about that idea, and I said how great that is, because most of you on the council, and myself as well, I was not on the council when the very first one, the 2003 one, was passed. That resolution was passed. Did not know until this last, maybe the date and all that, the details and all that. And then, again, for me, I was the only one on the council, the second one, the 4818. I was the only one. So I'm saying flying the flag is also to help our younger generations remember. So that's all great. But now let's split those two, as I'm repeating myself. And I think the date, you could right away turn around and let the city clerk know that you want to put this on the next agenda, for the date.
So
Okay?
that's a recommendation from Vice Mayor.
I would like to recommend you to do that.
Okay, so what you're saying is, as the author of this resolution, approve the resolution of 3750 and 4818, which is already in here to approve for affirming. Now, for the date, so you still want to fly the flag?
Yes.
So the younger Vietnamese community can remember and understand. I totally agree with that. Now, the thing is that you want me to amend it and
Just
come
leave
up
that
with-
part out. Leave that part out about flying the flag.
Can I
Just say that.
Can I suggest some language that, without a date that
Yes.
might work? And you can talk about it real quickly. First of all, I would suggest maybe eliminating that second whereas completely with the independence issue. And then in the section 1 and section 2, substitute them completely.
Yes.
With the first one saying that the city council hereby reaffirms resolution 3750 and resolution 4818. And then in section 2, and then this would be for discussion, that the city council shall annually recognize the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, a flag with 3 red stripes upon a field of gold, on a date to be established, Vietnam Flag Reaffirmation Day, and that flag shall be flown in front of the Civic Center annually.
Okay, can you add in there what her recommendation, the author of this, to come back with that?
What he
the
just
time?
said, I totally agree. What you just said, okay, I approve that. Then I think we could vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes,
speak?
please.
Okay, you know what?
We're saying to be established.
It's very disturbing. That's just, we just go around and around, okay? Why don't we just make a motion and choose the date? Because later on, we're going to get into the same fight.
I think Ms. Vice Mayor and Mr. Council Member Menzo agree for me to basically agree to approve these affirm those 2 resolutions, and then for me to come back with the date and talk to city manager on that, right?
Yeah, I think.
To fly
But
flag.
the thing is, when you're coming back,
I'm sorry.
With the author, right?
I just think our city attorney has a great suggestion, and that's what you should. I would recommend that you do.
Yes,
So I'm
of
sorry,
course,
if
we
I-
will take out the whereas, like the city attorney suggested, because that's good for now, because it won't go along with what you recommend, Ms. Vice Mayor. And then the other thing is we're gonna keep section 2 without the date, but saying we will fly this flag. That I approve with that completely.
Yeah.
So then I approve this, and then you want me to come back with talking to them afterward. Is
Yeah,
that
just
correct?
just to be clear, it would be a resolution to come back with a particular
Yeah.
date. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so can you add in there the
So
author
you're,
so we can
so
work
you're
with that?
amending your motion then to?
Yes, with what Kimberly, yes, I amend my motion to do that. with
So
your
eliminate,
suggestion.
eliminate the second whereas, and then add the 2 paragraphs I read into the record in place of section 1 and section 2.
Yes, section 2, right, where flying the flag affirming.
Well, in
Striking
place-
section 1.
Section 1 would be
Yes.
struck as well, and that's where you would be reaffirming the 2 resolutions.
Right,
Section 2 would be the part where you're using similar language about Vietnam Flag Reaffirmation Day. I'll read that again, that section, that the city council shall annually recognize the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, comma, a flag with 3 red stripes upon a field of gold, comma, on a date to be established, and then in brackets, Vietnam Flag Reaffirmation Day, comma, and that flag shall be flown in front of the Civic Center annually.
yeah, that's correct. I think that's good.
And
We'll wait for that date.
I think I would reserve the second for you,
So.
Councilmember Namquan.
Are you,
Yes, I
Agree with the
amend
motion?
my, yes, and I have
Okay.
a second.
And then does the
Okay,
second agree to
so-
that change?
okay, so you amend your motion and seconded by Vice Mayor Ho.
No, I just wanted to know if Councilmember Namquan Nguyen, would you like to second?
And then meaning the
Okay,
author
hold
and
on.
co-author will come
May
back with a
I
date.
say something before?
He's currently the second, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's
he
currently
should be asked whether or not
Yeah.
he agrees with the
Okay.
amendment.
Okay, just want to make sure that, okay, when we come back with the resolution on the date, what date that you want to do it?
well, we
Well,
have to come
we-
back later, me
We
and
have,
you.
All right.
you have to
Okay.
bring
Okay.
back.
Anyway, okay,
Yeah.
I second it.
Yes.
Right.
All right, so we have scratched everything out, including the substitute motion is now official motion by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen as recommendation by the city attorney. So roll call vote, please.
I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes, for the peace of the city, I agree with, all of our council member, and I vote yes to come back with the mandate.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item is 5.1,
3 hours.
appointment to Westminster Community Foundation. So this is for Councilmember Fan West appointee, so you'll recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. For the Westminster Community Foundation, unfortunately, a business owner, CEO of his own nonprofit organization, he is resigning because due to conflict of interest, because he wants to donate $20,000 to the Westminster Community Foundation. So his attorney think it's best for him not to be on the board for that reason. So it's very honorable that he's going to donate that to the Westminster Community Foundation to help us. So with that being said, I am appointing Hen Yin. She brings over 16 years of experience working for the County of Orange as a contract administrator, overseeing multi-million-dollar projects like the 405 freeway expansion, the dam, and also other mental health services. And Hen Yin have served on the board of various nonprofit organizations like Operation Be Kind, OBK, Bristol Bates Foundation, and the Grow Love as community outreach director. She is a mother of 2. She is a marathon runner and served in Orange County here. And I think and believe she will be a great asset to this foundation. And I will give Ashton, I will give her her contact number to you. Thank you so much.
Is that a motion?
I motion to approve that.
Seconded.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second made by Mayor Nguyen. This is to appoint Han Yin to the Westminster Community Foundation to fill the unscheduled vacancy for a term ending January 2025. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right. 5.2. Request to hang flags of the former Republic of Vietnam along 3 major city streets annually during the Lunar New Year celebration and the Black April commemorations.
A second?
And this,
Not too fast.
I'm saving you time.
well, this item introduced by me and seconded by
we already
Council
got one.
Member Nguyen. And I just want to, since we have a motion already, so I just want to quickly go over this. I think that, I don't know, for those of you who don't have the staff report on hand, I just read. I think staff did a very good job on this one, so I just want to go ahead and read that so that you can understand. This is from the conclusion part. The Vietnamese culture is one that resonates with many in the Westminster community. By allowing these flags to be affixed along the designated street, the Little Saigon area can honor the history of the former Republic of Vietnam and provide encouragement and pride for the many Vietnamese people who made sacrifices and escaped oppression for a better life. And needless to say, the Little Saigon district has contributed to the prosperity of the city over the years and will continue to be part of our success. And I would like to go ahead and open for discussion if there's any. I believe that there's a motion by Councilmember West to approve.
Kimberly, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
She seconded, but nobody make a motion yet.
You want to make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
I'll make a motion to approve and instead move up to.
I second it.
I have a few questions before we move.
All right, but by all means, please.
Thank you, Mayor. First, can we, I don't know if it's true, I haven't really checked, but one of the residents mentioned that some of these streets, this is all Westminster, or did we check?
It's all Westminster.
It's all Westminster? Okay. Second, yeah, I'm all for this. It's, some members of the committee would have to maybe step back and, in other communities, they're whatever the most population of ethnicity group that's there, like, back in, like, for example, like in Boston, when it comes to St. Patrick's Day, there's the Irish flags all over because of the population of Irish Americans, and also in New York, when the Italian celebrations, and here in Santa Ana, the September 16th, the Independence Day of Mexico. So this, here in Westminster, we have a really high population of Vietnamese Americans. So, I mean, there's nothing, it just falls in line with what happens in different communities across our country. So I don't have an issue with that, and I want to support that. But what I do have a question is that we don't do much, anything really to celebrate our nation's Independence Day and 4th of July. Can we do this? Can we do something like this for 4th of July? Because we don't do anything here in our city for that. We very lack.
An agenda, is it?
Yeah, we have to
talk about it right now.
Menzo, I did talk to Christine and City Attorney that we will do the American flag.
I guess that's not on the agenda right now.
On
So
another-
No, I just okay.
You can always bring it up next time.
We'll bring it back.
Let's talk about the item 5.2 now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we support that day as well. So,
All right.
that's it.
Is there any other comments?
I do. So I think this is great that we're hanging this flag on Lunar New Year celebration and Black April, because rightly so, 50% or 45% of Vietnamese community in Westminster city here, and I think rightly so. And also, I talked to city attorney and city manager that we will fly the American flag on the next agenda, on the next meeting, for the American flag for Flag Day and also 4th of July. So in that way, it does represent the other community as well.
Please don't talk about that. Let's bring it up next agenda because we are not.
I know.
Yes.
So.
Okay. So we have a motion and second on the floor. Please do the roll call, please.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, a second by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to consider the request to hang flags of the former Republic of Vietnam on light poles along Bolsa Avenue between Magnolia Street and Brookhurst Street, Magnolia Street between McFadden Avenue and Westminster Boulevard, and Brookhurst Street between McFadden Avenue and Westminster Boulevard annually for 1 week prior and 1 week after the Lunar New Year and Black April. We'll go ahead and call roll. Councilman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
I'm going to vote yes, but before I vote yes, I want to say something. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me be part of it. Very, very meaningful resolution. So, I vote yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Section 7, Commission and Committee item. 7.1, continue from the December 13, 2023 regular meeting, appointment to the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee. So this is for Mayor Nguyen and Councilmember Nguyen appointees. I have to say that I am not ready. I want to take more time to vet into the candidate that I would like to appoint. So at this point here, I would like to defer it to the next council meeting.
And for me, I would like to appoint Mr. Tony Boy.
Okay. With that, I approve. I move to approve.
Second.
We have motion and second to appoint Mr. Tony Bowie for Councilmember Nguyen's appointee.
To clarify, the second one's by Vice Mayor Ho? Okay. All right, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, second by Vice Mayor Ho, and this is to appoint Tony Bowie as Councilmember Nguyen's appointee to the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee and defer Mayor Nguyen's appointee to the next City Council meeting. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, the part of our communication for non-agenda items, this is the time that you can address the council. Why don't I ask Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the instruction into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia.
Thank you. Well, after sitting through, oh, I noticed the princess left. After sitting through 2.5 hours of you discussing this item, and that includes the public comments, and the individual sitting down the end there who was so worried about being able to display the Vietnamese flag can't figure out that when you display the American flag with a foreign flag like that, the American flag always goes on its own right, and its flag staff goes in front of the foreign flag, which she has backwards. She should probably learn to do that. Folks, you've got to do something about this city. Spending 2.5 hours on a topic that has nothing to do with the health and success of this city. It's absurd. And I really apologize if I sound like a jackass, but I'm sorry. We've got to do something with the city. This city's going to die if we don't get businesses back in here. We have businesses along our two main streets, Golden West, Westminster, that are going to be vacant. What are we going to do with that? What are you going to do for more tax income? That's the lifeblood of the city. And if you insist on spending an inordinate amount of time on things that have nothing to do with running the city, this is what happens. You have a police department that's doing their best to combat crime. We have a lot of homeless. Their hands are tied because of state laws. We have businesses, as I said, leaving the city. What are we going to do with this? Somebody's got to come up with some ideas. Now you have an area that's a successful shopping area that sits in the middle of the city, the Little Saigon area. But what about the rest of the city? What about the other districts? I live in District 2. Mr. Manzo is my representative. I see businesses going out over in District 1, and the District 1 rep is worried about the flag instead of businesses that are going to bring in tax income to this city. I don't want to see the police department have to lay off officers. I don't want to see the fire department have to cut back fire services. I spent a job like the chief and the rest of these officers here. I know what it's like being short-handed. It wasn't a lot of fun. So you guys have got to do something. Stop focusing on things that have nothing to do with running the city.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hi, I had a great time at the Westminster Community Foundation's Tet Parade fundraiser, especially partying with our WPOA members and city staff. It was a successful event despite the BS leading up to it, perpetuated by Mayor Nguyen. I witnessed him yelling and barking orders at board members in their meetings and at the event. Charlie, why didn't you disclose publicly that your appointee, President Dominic Lay, is your brother-in-law? Nothing against Dominic personally, but he is not leadership material, and that is hurting the foundation in a big way. Board members have quit, and tables and tickets were not sold to this event solely because the political cloud that Charlie cast over everything. The board never formally voted to make Charlie the event coordinator, but he inserted himself as such, well, more like a dictator. He told board members they were not allowed to speak at to the MCs, the entertainers, or restaurant staff, even though it was a foundation, not city event. He said major donors to the foundation or parade would not be allowed to speak on stage, but then had his buddies like Van Tran come up and speak anyway. He literally threatened to kill the event just days before if the board did not give him and his wife total control, his way or the highway. Narcissists and psychopaths manufacture chaos to keep the focus on them. Amy sets fires with her grandstanding, runs away while they burn, and then runs back smiling to assess the damage she caused. Anything to get attention. Pathetic. Amy, your stupid flag proclamation riddled with false statements caused a shitstorm in our community, but you could care less. You know it's bad when I'm out there defending Nam Quang on Vietnamese social media. Amy, in response to one of my public records requests, I learned that she is the only one city council member with a city paid for cell phone. But you don't use that cell phone to discuss business with resident staff and others. Why? To avoid public record disclosure? What a waste of taxpayer money. Actually, you being on this council is the biggest waste of taxpayer money ever. You have brought nothing but positive to our city. You have brought negativity, outrage, and division. Oh, and you better stop slandering me from the dais wherever you are, or there will be serious consequences coming your way. You can bank on that. Charlie, before you try and shame me for using the word shit in my public comments, consider this. Shit and crap are both vulgar slang terms that mean the same thing. At one council meeting, you used the word crap 12 times, even when you voted. Here is a sampling from that meeting.
I don't take
these craps that we and full of craps. Crap is an American slang term for something that is silly, vulgar, nonsense, of no value to anyone. Same reason, it is full of crap. I'm full of crap in every sense of the word. And full of crap. That barbaric and crappy silencing means full of crap.
So stop the holier-than-thou attitude, Charlie. You can't regulate the public speech based on content. Stop being a hypocrite and let the people speak. Brookhurst from Westminster to Hazard is Garden Grove. It is not Westminster. So if you put flags up there, you got to get permission from Garden Grove. I wanted to make that, and the rest of that discussion gave me a migraine.
Our next speaker is Kai Dow. Our next speaker is Ann Heat. And then our final speaker is Jason Doan.
Hi, my name's Jason Doan. I was here at the last council meeting, and I have non-agenda items to talk about. I live in the city of Westminster. I have a list of the issues that I want to address. One of them is the non-agenda item is employment regarding resume. I feel that every job out there that need the certification of for example, your bachelor degree, you have to submit in your certificate so that we have proof. I think a lot of us, when we apply, we might fudge our resume, and it's hurting the other people who's applying for the job. I know I've been blacklisted before by the government, and so I just want to raise that up. And also, people occupy my profile for my good work. And then also the talent of the engineer or the professional. I feel like a lot of time they steal my knowledge, and then they slander my profile, like number 3, pothole, and all that stuff. That needs to be stopped. We cannot have hypocrisy and sarcasm, negative sarcasm. So I'm kind of retired now, but I went through a lot. Okay, and the third one is about the politics about Vietnamese independence. I did a lot of research. Today I came in late, but I didn't hear the whole story. But you were talking about independence in 1955 or 1950. I remember I did research about in 1945, right after World War II ended, and Bao Dai became the emperor, and then also Ho Chi Minh, or the communist leader, he was negotiating for independence. And all of a sudden, the Haiphong incident happened. Okay, all of a sudden, the French attacked the port. So we need to go back to that day and see what happened, because there was a contraband from China coming into Haiphong, and something happened. Okay, and the Vietnamese was arrested by the French for doing that. And then we're supposed to have independence. The French was about to give us independence, even 1945. So we gotta go back to that. Okay, and then also. I've been mentioning a lot about white supremacy, out of control politics, and they're hurting my profile, and they're trying to decimate the North Vietnamese, the Hanoi profile, because I'm trying to unify both the North and the South. And what they out there is they want to pigeonhole us under the Spanish culture. So the Spanish steal all my profile, all my knowledge, and then they propagate what I know, and then they decimate me. They decimate the Hanoi profile. That's why they're retreating back into headquarters.
All right, your time is up. Thank you.
And lastly, I want to add the AI developed by the core developers.
Your time is up. Thank you.
They're hurting us.
Mayor, that is all for public comment.
All right, thank you very much. I will have a brief comment, and then I will reserve that when at the end. Ms. Terry Rain, if you don't know, then you learn and understand the issue that you're talking about. I and the City Council have been patiently with you. I don't consider you are as a resident to come here and give us the input. You lost you lost the election to me, and let's go on a mayoral election. You ran for it. You lost. Let us, and it's customary that when we lose, let the other person have a chance to work. It's 1 year now. So as of now, I'd like to ask you to stop. Please work together instead of come out here and being a sore loser. Sorry about that. Thank you. Let's go on for the next item. Now we have comments from City Council and agency members. And this is including AB 1234 report when required. Let's start with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize again, yesterday was National Law Enforcement Day, and again, I just really appreciate our men in blue and all the hard work they do to protect our city and the security of our city. And thank you again for doing all you guys do. So you guys deserve so much more from us and from the community. And then another thing I want to say is, as we head into the new year 2024, I hope you guys all had a great New Year celebration with your family and loved ones. My family did. We went to the desert. We had a lot of fun and celebrating what America is all about. And so with 2024, I'm very excited for this year. Of course, it's election year, but it's a year of refreshment, in a way, a new start. And I hope that this year you guys have new vision, new direction, but as well as just favor from God in all that you guys do and the city of Westminster. So that's my prayer for all of us in the city here and staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember West. Next is Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Happy New Year to all you. Hopefully you had a wonderful holiday time with Christmas and New Year's. I know I did time to slow down a little bit. And I want to say I had a really good time at the Westminster Community Foundation Gala. There might have been some, I'm sure, from what I hear, some stuff going on before, maybe not some nice stuff, but in the end, that day, I'm pretty sure we all had a good time and were united for a good cause. I had a good time with our everybody was there, but particularly a lot of our members of our police department really enjoyed it, letting loose and getting to know each other a little bit better. Thank you for that. And just hopefully looking forward to this new year, and like Councilmember West mentioned, a fresh start, and look for good things to come. So thank you. Thank you, staff. Nice to be back. To see you guys all back again. Seemed like a while since I saw all of you. So nice to be back.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes. We are starting the year on a kind of a solemn note with the loss of Miss Nancy Wright, our staff of 40-some years. And I know she retired, and she loved us so much. She came back to work. She loved all of us like family, and I can tell you that she will definitely be missed. So when I got word that she passed on, I was very, very sad. And I'm sure if those who know her, when you walk into City Hall, she's to your left, always sitting to the left. And she was always there from, gosh, I'd say 32 years ago when I first started my business. I do remember her taking care of my business license. And then thereafter, she did so much for our city and such a dedicated staff. So my prayers are with her family, her loved ones, and with our staff. And I'd like, Mayor, if we can dismiss tonight in her honor, Ms. Nancy Wright. And next, I'd like to thank the Westminster Foundation and staff and those who are dedicated to making this last event a success, a real success. I'm so honored to take part in it. And also for Mayor, for your work I know that you, you had family. I don't want to say too much, but, you dedicated the time to making everything happen, everything a success for this year's event. And I think that it couldn't have happened with your effort. So I think I really enjoyed that little bonding time we had. I think right over at the corner, right by the bar. And I really enjoyed that. But anyway, I think we're going to try to do better this year. I believe that we do see the light at the end of the tunnel. So for those of you who've watched us and follow us over the years, I thank you, and I promise you that I would do my part, my share, to make sure that this year is a success. And lastly, and of course, I really thank you firstly, but then also lastly, that I'd like to thank our police chief, our police department, for such a wonderful job and always lay your lives on the line for us. And every day I thank God every time I open these, items of interest. I always pray that nobody got hurt. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ho. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take this moment to report to Chief of the Police about the incident that has happened on last Saturday, January 6th, regarding to the protest that took place on Bose Avenue and Magnolias. Adolfo, can you play the clip on the trespassing clip on the desktop?
Là HYB
nằm trong cái hiếp sót.
Bên ai chống ai, tại vì nói chung mình trên đường đến mình quay được thôi, mình không có chủ trương bao che.
Anh sai nào việc giá cậu mà đừng đụng anh, anh đừng đụng nó, đừng đụng nó. Can you believe it? I very peaceful. Cút đi thằng ngu kỳ, cút mẹ mày đi.
Mẹ mày không cặt như vậy thì ngu kỳ.
Tao đời tám tội nhà cha nhà mày lên. Thêm con đĩ này nữa. Tay sai nào việc giá cậu mà đừng đụng anh, anh đừng đụng nó, đừng đụng nó. Can you believe it? I very peaceful. Cút đi thằng ngu kỳ, cút mẹ mày đi.
Mẹ mày không cặt như vậy thì ngu kỳ.
Tao đời tám tội nhà cha nhà mày lên. Thêm con đĩ này nữa.
Nè đấy nè, bắt phong đi theo. Anh ngu kỹ này sao bắt phong?
Rồi
Không khỏe không bác Phong?
thêm con gà này nữa nó đi
Bác
theo
Phong,
để
hả?
mà nó tao bay
Bác Phong sao anh Ngô Kiệt có Mercedes mà bác đi bộ hả bác Phong?
Vâng, thưa quý vị, đây là những người đứng ủng hộ cho Việt Giang Đăng Quang, Việt Giang Đăng Quang, Việt Giang Đăng Quang, đồng đi.
Can we do this at the police station? Why are we watching this here?
No, I want people to.
I don't think this is the proper platform for this for our city council. This is, I think, very unprofessional.
Gọi là diễu hành Tết, ông nghĩ nào thế nào?
Chống xóa sao được, chúng tôi chỉ muốn thành phố Washington phải có cái quan điểm
We
đúng
don't
đắn
need to be showing
với
this
lại
here.
những người Việt tị nạn cộng sản.
This is very embarrassing.
Taken care of in the police station, council member.
Có sự hiện diện của các thành viên trong hội đồng điều hành đến gồm có liên trưởng.
No, I mean, this is not the proper platform for this.
Thị trưởng cho Liên Minh Trí cũng như
It needs
là
to be
bà Kim Ly
brief
Hồ cho biết tại
comments,
sao.
and that's
Thì mấy người
what
phản
kind
bộ
of,
thì phải nói phản bộ.
This is completely
Don't forget, can you fast forward when they enter my shop? Okay.
Của anh Nguyễn Tiến Dũng, một cái lần Tiến Dũng đã có dịp vô đây. Ở bên trong nó thì hiếp shop.
There you see Fat Boy, the organizer of the protest.
That is fine, but you need to go
entered my
directly to the
shop,
police station. Why are we watching it here?
invaded my privacy, trespassing my,
cũng đang nghỉ.
This
you know.
is a private citizen.
Đang rô sẽ không có bên. Thì shop đang đóng cửa mà. Dạ.
Okay.
Dạ.
Councilmember Moon,
Okay, that's enough.
I think it's enough.
It's totally disgraceful.
As you see on the screen, okay, that individual that have aggressively attacked a woman, and he entered my, he along with other people enter my business. And I believe that before the protest, I already communicated with the chief of police, and Chief Darren said that the protester only be allowed to stay on public land, public space, but they just crossed the parking lot and then go and enter my business, where I have my two children over there, and I have to close the shop at that moment. And then later, when they are gone, we open the shop to conduct the business as usual. But the thing is, I want to report to you that they invaded my privacy, they trespassed into my business, and I need you to take a look into that.
Okay, all right. That's your point, right? You want to show it so that the city council know about it, and also that the police is going to look into that. Is that what the main point for you to show this?
Yes,
video?
that's my main point.
Okay. Anything else?
All right. Okay, the last thing I would like to say is we all participate into the fundraising at last Saturday also, and I'm happy to see that we finally have a good time together. We raise a lot of money, and the council also
show some unity at the event. So that's what I think that's a good sign that the city moving forward. And yeah, thank you, Chief of Police. Thank you, PD, to do all the work to keep our city safe as usual. And thank you, staff, for working to keep the city amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I thank you all council members for expressing your concerns and comments about the city. Well, first of all, I would like to take this moment to thank every one of you stay into this time, especially for those young people in the back. I really admire you for your time, and you continue to stay into this time to learn about the city council meeting. Some of the things that is not pleasant, but I hope that you can learn this as a part of life. It happens everywhere. It's not only this city, but it's everywhere. Now, we are, since the day that I sworn in as a mayor, it's a year now. I try to do everything for the city without second thought about it. I know that, for the mayor, it's just a part-time, attend 2 meetings a week, a month. Is, if there's additional meeting, then that's it. But I go beyond that. I go beyond that. I met with citizens or residents of the city. I have my office hours. And beside my office hours, I open it for more. And then the quick, concrete example is you, Mr. Rain, Ms. Rain. You asked, and we sat for 30 minutes. It took an hour, 30 minutes for you. I'm okay with that. I'm working my butt for the city. All I ask is let's work together. It's been a year, I haven't mentioned it, but you lost the election to me. When you lost the election, please, the customary is work with the one who got elected to get it going. I appreciate Vice Mayor Ho here. We work together. That's what we have to do. We are a year into it already. This is the time I ask you, please, 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 work together. If you have any problem with me, call me up, get me to meet with you. Please don't. So I just ask you, please, work with me. Instead of coming out here, just... it's your right. I understand. It's your right, and I don't object that. It's just that I ask you. Just forget about the past. If you want to run for again, it will be up in 2026, and we can go ahead and face each other at that time. But now let us work together. That's one. I move on. About the event, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I let the board of directors talk about it. And you came into the meeting, you don't know what's going on. So there is no point for you to come here and comment. I am not going to respond to your comment. I just want to it's a lot for me. Okay, last meeting you bashed me, okay? You did a lot to me. On that day, let me tell you now, I have a death in my family. And I was here. I was here from the beginning until the end. And if I stand up and go to the restroom and you comment about it, do I comment when you go to the restroom?
I'm not on the
No, please.
I'm not getting paid.
Please. So I will stop there. All I ask is, please, let's work together. So for the new beginning of the year, for this year, we take it as a year of prosperity. Hopefully that we all work together to get the city to that. With that, I want to invite City Council, the city staff, including the WPD. And I want to thank the City Council for approving the name of the street that I proposed a couple months, probably about a month or over a month ago. I would like to invite everyone to come out for the celebration on the 27th of this month at the Moran Street. We'll have the celebration right there on that day at 10 o'clock. So you are all invited. With that, I just, again, thank you, staff, for all the work that you do. It's good that we have a successful event, gala event on the other day. I have to thank the board members, the WCF board members. They have been working hard to put the event together. And I wouldn't want to be there if I don't have to, but because I was assigned, I was asked to be a coordinator for that event. And so that I have to do what I have to do in order to have the event successfully done. I don't want to take on any more assignment if I don't have to. But just because, for the sake of the city, I will come out and do whatever I can. With that, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Tonight, we are adjourning in memory of longtime employee Nancy Wright. Nancy Wright was an employee of the city for the 6 years and worked in the community development department. She passed away yesterday. Nancy was the city's longest tenure employee in its history and last served as the building permit technician. Nancy recently retired due to medical issues on December 28th. Many of you have worked with her for decades. And Nancy was a family face, the visitor of the City Hall, assisting generation of community members. Her presence will greatly be missed. I have several chances to talk to her because her office is right outside of my office. And I can see the smile on her face every time that I come in. I know lots of people still wondering the time that she spent to talk to us, to work with us, to smile with us. It is greatly a loss to the city of Westminster, a greatly loss to every one of us here and to the community. So let's pray for her and for her family. With that, I adjourn the meeting until Wednesday, January 24th, 2024 at 6 p.m.